Ladies and gentlemen, this episode has had a ton of controversy surrounding it for the past couple weeks. I'm talking about Dallas Alexander, the Canadian JTF2 sniper who was on the team that took the world record for the farthest ever sniper kill of all time. It happened in Mosul, Iraq. Previously, this content was considered classified by the Canadian government. I believe that this was considered classified because it is an embarrassing segment on why Dallas left the JTF2 command when he was kicked out for not complying with the COVID vaccine mandate and not complying with mask mandates. We took the original video down to please all parties in case there was something classified in the previous episode. We did not want to compromise any JTF2 unit or any of its operators or any allied operators across the globe. So we took it down to make sure that there was no classified information. We worked very closely with the unit. Turns out they couldn't really tell us what was classified, which leads me to believe they were silencing their operator. With that being said, I want to give a personal message to anybody whose goals or aspirations is to become a JTF2 operator. I've worked side by side with the JTF unit on multiple occasions. They are phenomenal at what they do. It is a unit that is the best of the best. Please do not let the censorship that's going on over there or the weak leadership deter you from your goal. I'm going to tell you one thing. Weak leadership is always eventually replaced with strong leadership. This is happening all across the globe right now. People are censoring their operators. They're kicking their guys out of the military for the COVID vaccine and mask mandates. And this is going to turn around, I promise you. This is a huge win for freedom of speech. I want to give Eddie Gallagher and Andrea Gallagher and Tim Parlatore a huge thank you for having my back with this, because this episode would not be going out if it weren't for them. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate all of you in the audience. In fact, we have a Freedom of Speech limited edition t-shirt for sale on the website. Go down there, support us, support freedom of speech. I love you all. Enjoy the episode. Cheers, and I'll see you soon. Dallas Alexander, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks so much for having me.
We've been going back and forth, for a couple months now on Instagram.
Yeah.
And it's a pleasure to connect.
Yeah, likewise. Happy to be here, man. I'm humbled to be here, but I'm happy to be here.
Oh man, I am really excited about this interview. So for everybody watching, former JTF2 sniper, Canadian sniper, Tier 1 unit, and you have the world record for the longest, farthest sniper kill of all time, which we'll get into. But so when I have an operator on, it's kind of the same format every time. We talk about how you grew up, what got you interested in the military, your entire military career, and then we get into some struggles and what you're doing now.
All right.
But everybody starts off with a gift. If you watch the show, you know that.
Yeah.
You got any guesses?
I guess that it's going to be something that's sugary and looks like a bear.
Yeah.
There we go. Gummy
There
bear.
you go. Those are hard to come by.
All right.
Those are hard to come by.
All right, man.
I put a little something extra in there.
Oh, what is this?
So after our conversation at dinner,
It's a great book.
did you read that already?
I read it, yeah. Yeah.
It's big after the first psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
And,
well, it's I have a just like a Kindle version, so
Yeah.
this is get a hard copy.
I thought it would be perfect.
Fucking great book. Yeah.
After talking about how you got out of the military and all the people that are indoctrinated now
Yeah.
and post psychedelic experience, I think that's a book that a lot of people, I think everybody could get something out of that book. And
Yeah.
Don Miguel Ruiz wrote it, and I've been trying to get him on this show for a
Yeah,
while.
that would be a great interview, man.
But yeah, man. So I can't wait to dive into that portion
Me
of your
too, but
story.
before we do, flip the script on you. I brought you something also.
Oh shit.
One, I brought you a box of my favorite hot sauces.
Oh
From out in
damn.
Canada.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're a hot sauce guy, but this shit is good to go.
I'm definitely a hot sauce guy.
And then a bottle of, it's a Gold Bar Rick House bourbon. So I see you got a good bar stacked up here. So we'll get you one of those.
Damn, thank you, sir. Hell yeah. That's gonna look great up there on the bar.
Yeah, it's a nice, it'll be a nice addition.
And I'll dive into this tonight. Ginger Goat.
Yeah, man, it's
Is
good.
this Canadian?
Yeah, Canadian company.
Right on, man. Ginger Goat. I'll check this out.
Yeah.
But all right, let's dive in.
Let's do it.
So where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Canada. I grew up in Alberta. It's kind of one of the western provinces. And I grew up on a little Métis settlement. So it's like a indigenous community. Really small, man. Like I think max population while I was there was just over 400 people, something like that. So
Oh
like,
wow.
Yeah, tiny.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tight family?
Yeah, very. Grew up with a brother and a sister, and both my parents. We moved out there, man, I want to say, I think just before I was in grade 1. So it's where my dad grew up. My dad is Métis. He grew up there, and we moved out there. I don't know what grade 1 is. I was probably 4 or 5 years old. Yeah, and grew up there until I moved out at like 18. So.
Oldest, youngest,
Middle child.
middle child.
Yeah.
What'd you like doing when you were a kid?
Man, I spent so much time outside. It was like we lived just kind of on the outskirts of the little hamlet village kind of center, on like 80 acres that backed onto a fucking gajillion acres. So I was outside all the time, just fucking in the forest playing. And when I wasn't doing that, I was playing hockey. It's a Canadian thing to do. I was like, all of my time was those two things. I was either outside in the woods or at the lake or whatever, or playing hockey.
You a big hockey player still?
I don't play as much now. I was actually just chatting with my boys about it because I have 2 young boys that play hockey. I was like, I gotta get back into it. I haven't fucking played in forever. They're gonna like surpass me right away. But yeah, it's a goal of 2023 to start playing more hockey again because I love the sport. Yeah.
How about your dad? You guys close?
Yeah, man. He's great. Like my dad is my hero, man. It's crazy how it works. Like I now have kids of my own, and I do a lot of like reflection on how my parents were and how they kind of raised us, and try to replicate as much as I can. Yeah, we're close, and he's just a fucking great guy.
How old are your kids?
So I got 2 boys, one's 15, one's 14, and a daughter that's just turned 2 years old.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a 16-month-old, and
Oh yeah.
that's the only kid I have. But man, I notice I get like these little flashbacks of when I was a kid. I'll do something,
Yeah.
and then it'll register in my brain, and I'll be like, it's almost like a deja vu. Do you have that happen?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a normal thing.
Yeah, I have that all the time. It seems. Yeah.
Well, anyway, so what got you interested in the military?
I finished playing junior hockey, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was torn between continuing to play hockey. I had some opportunity to play like semi-pro, kind of can make a living, grind out a living out of it. And during one of the off seasons, I was working in the oil field in Alberta, and I was working with a guy who had done like a 4-year kind of military thing. He was a comms guy, just did like one kind of service contract or whatever, 4 years. But we just worked kind of out in the oil field every day, and he was telling me about this unit in Canada, JTF2. I didn't really believe him at first. Like, I didn't know much about the military when I was playing hockey. It's just our military especially. So he was telling me about it, and I was like, he's like counter-terrorism unit. They do all this cool shit, and I was like, all right. So I like got onto I think I had dial-up internet at the time, and there was like just a couple little things out. There wasn't much about it, but they had like this old like blurry recruiting video, and there was a couple little. I think someone had written a book, but there wasn't much out there. But it was enough to show like, fuck, he was telling me the truth. Then as soon as I realized that we had that, I was like hooked.
All in.
That's what I want to fucking do.
How old were you at the time?
I think it was like 23.
23.
Yeah, it was after junior hockey. So when I was in oil field, 22 or 23, something like that.
Around what year?
This would have been about early 2000. No, summer 2005, I think.
Okay, so the war's already going on.
Yeah. So like, 9/11 and all this stuff has already happened. We had guys deployed, and I was seeing a little bit more of it come, like through whatever news and stuff that like Canada got deployed, and I was like, okay, but I wasn't tracking the military very much. I was really in on hockey, and it's about the only thing I ever fucking thought of.
You weren't into music as a kid?
I've always loved music. I would always sing along in the car as much as possible. And I grew up, like, one of my best friends growing up, his family was extremely musical. I spent a ton of time with them, and it would just be like at the lake, jamming on the acoustic guitar and playing. Everyone could play and sing, and we're good. And I really loved that part of music. So it was later that I got a guitar, but that's what I was like, oh, I want to learn a couple chords so I could like play a campfire song every now and again when everybody's jamming. I was probably maybe 18 or something like that when I got my first acoustic, learned a couple chords, but I never, like, it would sit in the corner of my room for 6 months at a time, and I wouldn't play it, or I'd forget things, be like, oh, what was that song I used to know again? And yeah, it's not what I thought I would be doing, that's for sure.
So this is a totally new chapter. You may have dabbled in it a little bit, but now...
Yeah, there's some dabbling. I actually sang a few times with my buddy that has a guitar shop in Edmonton now. He was playing guitar in high school, and like some of his family members, a couple other friends, and we had a band, and like we'd sing like some alternative songs at like a school dance or something. I was like, this could be cool, but yeah, I was never really... I just wanted to play hockey, so there was not really a thought of anything else until I found out that we had a fucking counter-terrorism unit in Canada.
So you found out about JTF2. You're working in the oil fields. How do they do it in Canada? How'd you get recruited?
So I did a little bit of reading, and I was like, I just assessed that I think infantry would be the best, because you have to do 2 years in the regular force military before you can try out, like before you can go on selection. So it's like, infantry looks like the best bet for me. So I just went into the recruiting center, and I was like, I want to join the infantry. And Like, okay. I was like, I want to go to JTF2. And they're like, all right, slow down, kid. Like, everybody wants that. So, I went in and you have choices. You have like 3 choices based on like they give you like this this little test to write or whatever. And they'll be like, okay, because your test score, you have all of these different choices. And they try and, depending on who the recruiting person is, they're going to try and guide you a certain way or what the numbers are short of. But I was like, I just want to go to the infantry. He's like, it's kind of full right now. So I'm like, all right, well, call me when there's a spot. And I'm like, well, it must have been a bluff because I got a call like literally a week later or something. And they're like, okay, you can start basic training. It's the end of 2005. So like, I think it was around Halloween or something like that. Yeah. Went to basic training.
How was that?
I'd been training really hard, just because of what I saw. So there was more on the internet about, some of your American groups here, and then all of like my favorite movies that I watched 1,000 times, Black Hawk Down, Tears of the Sun and shit. I was training really hard, so I thought basic training, like, it wasn't too crazy. I was a little disappointed.
It was a joke for you.
Yeah, like the fitness standards, I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, maybe it's going to get harder, I'm sure. Careful what you wish for. But yeah, the basic training I found, the hardest part was like getting used to just like people shouting at you for no reason. And like, just, that stuff where it's like, okay, I'll bite my tongue. Yes, Sergeant. No, sorry. Okay, push-ups. Okay, yeah. Yeah, my boots are shit. My bed didn't make it properly or whatever. Like, getting used to that stuff. But yeah, like physically, I thought I was way more prepared than I needed to be, probably.
What is? Do they give you any guarantee that you're going to get a shot to try out, or is it just
no.
Best of luck to you?
Yeah, it's really that. You have to do 2 years before you can even begin the process.
Okay.
So you might get your 2 years in and be like, I want to go try out, and you don't pass the psych evaluation, or you don't pass, whatever the physical standard test is at the time, or your chain of command doesn't support it.
Shit.
You'd just be like...
So you just joined in the blind. You're like,
oh, yeah.
Right,
yeah, I had no idea. I was like, I had a goal, and that was it. I was like, let's go get it.
With no roadmap.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
So you got into the infantry.
Yeah, so it was basic training, and then at the time there was a soldier qualification course and an infantry, kind of separate. Soldier qualifying was like anything Army trade, and then infantry was like infantry specific. And those brought me into 2006 is when I got to battalion, 3 PPCLI in Edmonton. Yeah.
What'd you think of it over there?
Man, I thought it was great. Like, I was very focused on where I wanted to go. So I didn't let a lot of, like, the Army-ness bother me. There's a lot of just, like, there's some nonsense. Like, sweep the floor, sit on the stairs. Okay, it's 4:00. Now you can go. It's like, I'm just sitting here for a fucking hour. Just a bunch of that stuff. But I enjoyed, like, the guys. I was super happy that I went to PPCLI, to 3 PPCLI specifically. It was like the light infantry battalion, with like the airborne attitude and all this stuff. And I enjoyed my time there. And when I got there, I was just like, through basic training and through like infantry and all this stuff, I started seeing like recce platoon. So like you guys call them recon, I think we call it recce, but there'd be like a recce platoon of guys, and then there's like snipers within that. And I was like, oh fuck, that looks pretty cool. And I got to our battalion, and like the recce platoon with the sniper det was like across the hall, and I was like, oh man, those guys look like they're doing cool shit. They're allowed to unblouse their boots and wear fucking black toques and stuff. And I thought it was way cooler. So I when I got to battalion, I was like, telling my chain of command, like, I got 2 years. I was like, I'd really love to become a sniper. And again, they're like, yeah, pump your brakes. And but I ended up, I had like some good support from the warrant in our platoon, and I ended up going on our recce course. And halfway through that, I was like, look, when this is done, I know it's a prerequisite, but I want to be loaded on the sniper course this summer. He's like, yeah, we'll see. Like, you know, it was a big like attrition rate on the recce course that they ran, but I ended up making it through, and you have to place in a top, I think it was third or something, to be able to go on the sniper course, and luckily I did that, and I got loaded on the sniper course that year. So it's like a bunch of things happened really fast, and there was a bunch of other, like, it was very lucky. Timing was right. Like the platoon I went to, they had like, I think they just got back from Afghanistan, and there was like a bunch of guys that left, and there was just like, it filled a lot of new guys. So they kind of didn't have all the guys with the time in that they would like. Like, they generally want to send like a corporal onto recce and on the sniper. I was just like a brand new no-hook private. So I got lucky to get into these places, but...
So you showed up to the infantry and then went right into the recce program and then right into the sniper program?
Yeah, it was... So I got there in the summer of 2006. In the fall of 2006, so we went there, and like the day I dropped my bags coming from course, they're like, okay, repack this and get on this bus because you're going to be... We're just like an enemy force for a group that was working up to go overseas. Got back, and then I did like a couple other, like a machine gunner course, and then I went into the basic para course, which everybody wanted to do too. Just like everyone wants to be airborne. Worst course of my life, by the way. And then the recce, so that was in the fall of 2006, and recce course started. They did like a selection for recce course, and then it started in January of 2007. So it was like, it was fast.
Damn.
And then the sniper course was right after that.
Did you deploy with them?
No, I got fibbed to in the Army way. So the one thing I wanted to do is I wanted to have a deployment before I went to JTF2. And I was told I was a spare for a tour going over to Afghanistan, and I was like, okay, great. Like, people seem to get injured or something happens all the time, so there's a good chance I'm going to get to go. And then my warrant said, you're course loaded on recce, but if the spare position becomes available, we'll take you off course and you can go. I was like naive. I was like, absolutely, best case scenario, perfect. If I go, I get to go. If I don't, I get to finish my recce course. Somebody got injured on the team that was going to go to Afghanistan, so the spare became available. While I was on course, the warrants switched positions, and the next warrant up was like, no, you're already on a course. Stay on your course. We got this guy that can be a spare and go overseas.
Oh, man.
So I was pretty fucking rattled. I was like, we had an agreement. Like, he's like, yeah, but we're not going to pull you off a course. I'm like, I don't care. Look, this course is great if I'm sitting around here, but it's not. I didn't come to the military to go on courses, so I didn't win that one. So a buddy of mine went over, and he had a good tour. And I was like, fucking. And then it was I can't remember at what point I was talking to the recruiter at JTF2, and he's like, don't worry, when you get here you're gonna get lots of tours. And like, it was a misconception that it was almost a prerequisite to like have some tour experience to go there. So because we had, like, the battalion I was in is in Western Canada, JTF2 is in Eastern Canada. So, and there wasn't a lot of information coming out. The little recruiting runs they did, we didn't really know much about it. It was like very secret.
Yeah. There still isn't much about it.
Yeah, and
I've been looking around.
Like,
there's only one guy running around that I've seen that's talking about it.
Yeah, so it was, we didn't know what to expect. And then rumors are always just like, oh, no, they won't take you if you don't have deployments. Oh, they won't take you if this. They need this. Selection is this and that. And it was just like this fucking crazy rumor mill in our battalion. That's like, oh, man, what did I get myself into?
So you said you talked to a recruiter. So are they coming around the units recruiting guys, or they have like a hotline, or you get in touch with them?
They kind of have both. When I made it clear, like, to my chain of command at 3VP that that's what I wanted to do. That's why I joined and everything. I got really good support for it, and there was a group of us that all trained together to do selection. but they have guys come around, like a recruiting team of, assaulters that have gone on to the recruiting side or whatever. And they'll show like a couple little clips of whatever, like these fucking
Cool
guy shit, blowing up stuff, or like some MCT things or whatever. Show a little bit of a kit, and then like we'll go to the next battalion and do that. But there's also kind of like a hotline, so you can reach out to a person and be like, and it's kind of all during that process of doing like your psych tests and physical and all this stuff. But the recruiter was there to kind of answer questions, and one of them was just like, you don't have to have a tour to come on selection. So that made me happy, but I was still a little pissed off that like,
Yeah.
I missed that first roto.
You missed some good action, huh?
It sounded like it. Yeah, it was. I think it was. We were calling it an omelet team, so they were like there to. It was kind of like the advise and assist and accompany, but I think it was a mix of Afghan army and police.
Oh, okay.
I could be getting that wrong, but it just the guy who took my spot was a friend of mine. Come back, and I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Like, sounded like a good one.
I've been there. So you're saying that the recruiting standards or requirements are kind of, nobody really knows what they are. So now that you're talking to the recruiter, what are the requirements?
So there's a psychological evaluation. You have to go do a couple. I want to say it was 2 appointments, and it's just a psych going through all of their psych stuff, determining if you would be a good fit or not. And then there's a physical test you have to do, and the standard I do not remember. But it was like run, pull-ups, push-ups, whatever it was, certain times and certain numbers. And that all kind of goes in your file, and it is sent off to the Hill, and that's, so Dwyer Hill is our unit, call it the Hill. And they get all these files from all across the different branches of the military and pick the people that are going to come on selection that year.
Okay.
And then they run a few serials of that.
So this sounds very similar to Delta. They're recruiting from all Canadian military units.
Yeah.
Or branches.
Yeah, like I could have fucking been a musician for 2 years and then tried out yeah, any branch.
Okay, so this is very similar to Delta.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I think the thought behind it is we're going to teach you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
And like you don't need to be really good with a pistol because we're going to show you the proper way to do it anyway. And if you shoot a lot, you probably have bad habits coming. So there wasn't a big concern of where you came from. The most successful recruits, percentage-wise, are from the infantry, by like a pretty big percentage, I think. But still, you can be a Navy, whatever, cook. Okay. And still.
Are there other levels of special operations units within the Canadian Armed Forces, or is
Yeah. So we have
JTF2?
JTF2 is kind of the counter-terrorism hostage rescue mandate tier 1. CSOR is like almost like the Delta Ranger relationship a little bit.
Okay.
They're the Special Operations Regiment. And then we have like a helo group and like a CBRN, like chemical weapon, all of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Those dudes that go like the crazy machines and.
Do you guys work with them?
Yeah, we work with them all the time, like overseas and domestic, and like it's.
Do you see a lot of carryover from the Ranger relationship that you were just talking about with that other unit? Do you see a lot of draw coming from that unit into JTF2?
Yeah. I think even more now. I don't know if it was set up this way, but there's a lot of guys now that go there first and then come to JTF2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do the psych test, you do the physical test. Do they give you like a, hey, you're in immediately, or is it a long wait?
No, you gotta. That's a funny one, actually. So you'll know if you pass the test because you know what the times are, you know what the numbers are. And there's like a physical, like a PSP staff. They're like, okay, that's your push-up number. Good. Here's your run time. Here's your pull-ups. Here's your whatever. So you know if you passed the physical test. I don't recall knowing if I passed the psych, or if they're just like, like psych. These are my notes. They're going in. But you wait for a message from Dwyer Hill to say like, yeah, you're picked up on selection. So I was training with a group of guys to get ready for it, and we were giving her like 2 or 3 workouts a day, and like our chain of command was giving us time to do it, and we got really good support in that sense. But I was already in recce platoon as a sniper, and they were in a different squadron or company. So I was going out for a run, morning PT, and I think it was all 3 of them were like, "Oh, we got our message. We're picked up to go on selection." I was like, "Well, where the fuck did you find that out?" And I'm like, "Oh, Sergeant Major just told us." So I'm like, well, I didn't hear fucking anything. What the hell? So I went and found my Sergeant Major. I was like, he's like, "What do you want?" "Do you have anything to tell me?" He's like, "Oh yeah, you're going on selection." I was like, "Fuck." Like, thank you. And then I went and did my run or whatever. But it was just, I don't even know, it was maybe 10 minutes in between. But I was like, am I going? What's happening here? Yeah, it was funny. Bastard.
You've probably heard me talk about my psychedelic journey last year and all the benefits that came from doing it. I haven't drank any alcohol or had any caffeine in almost a year. My anxiety is gone and my anger is gone. A whole list of benefits came from that, and that led me on this journey to researching the benefits of mushrooms and fungi in general. And in my research, I found this company called Mudwater. Mudwater is a coffee alternative with 4 adaptogenic mushrooms and herbs with a fraction of caffeine as a cup of coffee. I have energy without anxiety, jitters, or the crash of coffee. What I really like about Mudwater is that they took the time to find the perfect ingredients to make a product to help you feel better every day. I genuinely believe that this is a good product. Mudwater is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified. Mudwater also donates monthly to the Berkeley Center for Science of Psychedelics, as Mudwater believes the country is in a mental health epidemic, and so do I. Go to mudwater.com/Shawn to support the show. Use code Shawn for 15% off. That's mudwater.com/Shawn. Use code Shawn for 15% off.
But yeah, so they send the message back to the different units, and you just get word like, show up at this time, and that's all you know. And there's like, again, you see, like I was training in battalion with like, some of the fittest people I've ever met in my whole life, and you'd see they'd go on selection, come back like 3 days later, like, what the fuck happened?
Didn't make it.
And they're like, can't talk about it, but no, I didn't make it. Like, and then the next guy, what the fuck happened? And then so you're going, it's intimidating.
Yeah.
So you see, like, I'm working out with these guys. I know they're machines, and they're just like a couple days later coming back. I'm like, a couple days? What happened in a couple days? Like, so yeah, going in, it was just such a mystery, and just the rumors that fly around.
So is the hill at the same? Is it at the same base that you're on, or did you have to travel? Is it at another location in Canada?
So I was in Edmonton, which is in Alberta. We traveled to Dwyer Hill, which is near Ottawa, and that's where all the selection was run, all around that area.
Okay. So you get there, you show up. Around how many people are trying out?
There's a couple serials, but the serial I was on, I think, was 30, just over 30 people, maybe.
30 people?
Yeah.
How many of these are they running a year?
It varies every year depending on recruiting numbers and all this stuff. I think the year I did it, so my selection was in 2008. I want to say there was 4 serials or something like that.
Okay.
3 or 4 serials.
A year?
Yeah, the year I was on it. So I know it varies. I think they try to get as many good candidates as possible. But again, recruiting numbers go like this. So
I'll bet they're like this right now.
oh yeah,
Yeah, same here. But so you get in about 30 guys. What do they have? How are you received? Are they welcoming? Are they standoffish?
no, it's fucking
Are they yelling
crazy.
at you?
It's psychological, like right off the bat. So I flew into Ottawa the night before. They tell you where to stay in the hotel. They tell you what time to meet a bus. You just get on a bus. Like, here's your number. You'll now be referred to as this number. Go sit down. And it's not really a dick. They're just like,
Very
"Come on,
matter
number
of
10,
fact.
number 9, get on the bus." And you just like, fuck me. Like, what's going to happen? And it's kind of like that throughout. It's a 7-day selection. And you just don't know what's going to happen. There's guys that have done it a couple times, so they have a different clue. Or like there's some people that knew because friends or whatever told them. But like coming from out west, we didn't have a clue. None of us knew anything that was going to happen.
Damn.
So, yeah, it was...
You had no ties inside the unit or anything.
No, I'd
Totally in the blind.
in the blind. Yeah, just like hoping we prepared well enough.
So what
Somehow.
was it like? What were they looking for? What was the first test?
It's like fitness is a big part, but it almost doesn't matter. I realized this after, like the guys that were super fit that came back, like if you can do 200 push-ups, you're gonna be asked to do 202. Like the fitness is important because it's fucking hard, but it's more about mental resilience, I think, than actual physical fitness. Like you pass the fitness standard to get there. Now, no matter how fit you are, you're gonna be pushed. And that definitely happened. And then it's just like an all day 24/7 psychological fucking mind fuck.
Okay.
Just like there's all kinds of different tasks to like see how you think, to see how you work in a team, see how you work under pressure, obviously, to test the things you're scared of.
How did they do that? How did they test what you're scared of?
Man, they were just, without maybe getting into exact specifics, it would be like they'll test to see if you're claustrophobic, test to see if you're scared of water or drowning, test to see if you're afraid of heights, test to see your reaction in these situations. And
When they find it, when they find your fear, are you going to hang out in that fear for a little while?
oh yeah, you'll get if you are showing something you're afraid of, it is exploited for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was yours?
The ones they tested, I didn't really have any of them at that point. I mean, I have a healthy respect for heights, but I mean, like I love the mountains and I'm a climber and stuff. But some of the most scared I've been have been on like trad climbs because I have a respect for heights. I wouldn't say I'm scared of it, but that would probably be the one where I was like the test that they do. I was like, fucking goddamn! Like, I was like, I just have to do it. I just don't want to give away precisely what it was. But that was the one where I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, fuck it. I'm here. Like, but that would have been the one. I'm not claustrophobic. We trained a lot in the water getting ready for it. So I was pretty comfortable in the water. Yeah.
So if you don't, I totally understand not wanting to give anything up, and I don't want you to do that. I'm not prying. So if you don't want to answer, just, you can tell me. It's fine. Everybody's going to understand, but I'm trying to get, the gist of what the selection's like. So it sounded like it was kind of a gentleman's course where it was just very matter of fact, unemotional.
No.
So after that, then they start yelling and they're...
Oh yeah, you go back and forth. There's a bunch of different personalities doing different things for different reasons. So like psychological. Some guys don't care about like welcome, you're number 10, leave. Some people fucking right in your face to see if you're afraid of someone yelling at you, to see if like how you handle it. And it was like just it was a very good. It was a roller coaster, like, and then you'd have time like on your own where you'd have a task, and then it was with a team, and like you didn't know if when they tell you to go to sleep if you're actually going to sleep or something's going to happen, or like it was just it's 7 days, and it's like there's not very much downtime, and there's just they try to really assess how you're gonna be if shit is hard and you're tired and you have a team relying on you, or you have to do something on your own. Like,
Is it 24 hours a day? Is it just one task to the next task?
oh
the
yeah,
next
it's 24
task?
hours a day. Even like your task of okay, go to sleep. You're like, okay, like, yeah, it's just 24 hours a day. And mine was run in like late fall. I think it was November in Canada, so it was like cold outside, and it was a mix of like rain and snow and fucking crazy. And I remember part of that actually helped me because I like hurt my knee on it. So one of my strengths going in was running. I was a pretty good runner, and there's a lot of running that has to happen. But I hurt my knee, and I was like, now the first few days or whatever at the front of the runs and stuff, feeling pretty good about it, to like limping at the back of everything, and like a staff and a fucking ambulance right behind me, like, just fucking quit, number 10. Just like running in the dark. Just quit. Why are you doing this? Look at everyone's up there. Do you think they want to work with somebody that's this fucking slow? I'm like, oh my God.
Do you think they want to work with me?
Yeah. Like, man, this was my strength and I'm just trying to run. But we ended up doing some stuff like going through this like crazy ice cold river, and there's a bunch of cold kind of exposure stuff. It ended up helping my knee a lot. So it was like that night, and then the next day I was like, oh, it's feeling a little bit better. And it was like, I thought I was on my way out, and then I had this little comeback. But that part's great. That's where I was happy that we were doing it in the cold in Canada.
How many guys made it through?
Out of all the serials, I want to say we had, so it goes 7 days selection, and then it goes to the assaulter course. If you pass selection and are deemed, what they're looking for, you go on an assaulter course. That's like 10 months. So from all the serials, I think we started the assaulter course at around 30, something like that.
Let me rewind a little bit. So they've had, I'm just trying to understand everything.
Yeah.
So you're saying they have the year you tried out, they had maybe approximately 4 selections.
Yeah.
Throughout the year.
Yeah.
Do they compress all these selections?
Yeah,
into-
most of them are like back to back. It
Okay.
was like all, I think, in the fall. And it was like serial 1, 2, 3, 4.
So there is one time of year where you have a shot to try out for JTF2, and if you're not in that 1 month
You
window,
gotta wait. Yeah.
then you gotta wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 classes of 30. That's about what, 75% cut rate?
Yeah, and you would see it like fucking hour 1 when it started. People were like, "Fuck this, I'm out of here." Like, we laughed about it later. We're like, because to get there is such a pain in the ass process to begin with. Like, you got to do 2 years in the military, and I mean, not everybody joins just to do that, but like, and then the psych test and the fucking physical test and the training and like flying across the country to go. And then, like, the first fucking hour, people are like, nope.
I'm done.
Get me out of here. It's like, okay. But yeah, it's 75% roughly are chopped there. And then, man, I wish I remembered the numbers exactly. I've had a lot of concussions between then and now.
It's all good.
But yeah, I think our course started at around 30.
Okay.
When it was time to start the assaulter course.
So you get through selection. Is there any kind of does the attitude change once you make it through selection and you're getting ready to go to assaulter's course, or are you still?
Yeah, no, the attitude changes drastically. It becomes more now like a gentleman's course.
Okay.
Now they're clear that like this is still this is now part 2 of selection. It's going to be a 10-month course where you're learning fucking everything. But there was a big attitude change. It was more like A lot of people just they wanted to show you how to become a good assaulter, and that was pretty constant throughout. There was some like, I'm an instructor, you're a candidate, like making that known, but for the most part, it was good. Like gentlemen's course after that.
When you're going through the course, do you have access to the operators that are over at the unit already?
Not really. Some guys had friends that were there and stuff, and you get to have a chat with them or whatever. But we had just like the cadre of staff that were running each package. That would be our access to the, current assaulters in the unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of skills how's it broken down?
So selection's done in the fall, and then SOAC starts. That's our Special Operations Assaulter course. Starts in when I did it, it started in January. So we go and we actually we came down south and did like a shooting package where they're just like, we're gonna teach you how to shoot these guns now. It was done at like Blackwater. It was Blackwater at the time. Whatever.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
You guys are coming down here.
Yeah, because it's cold as fuck in January.
Yeah.
Be like shooting pistol and loading mags. And it was just, I can't remember. I want to say it was like a month or a month and a half of just shooting, like straight from the basics. Like, this is the pistol. This is how you hold it. This is how you use it. And just every day, shoot.
Was it internal instructors?
Yeah.
JTF2 guys teaching?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had like a training cadre that was, and they would get guys, so training, and they would bring guys from like some of the squadrons in to also teach. So yeah, it was all like we were learning to be assaulters from assaulters.
Rifle and pistol?
Yeah, rifle and pistol.
What happens after that?
So once you're done there, and then we lost a few guys in that stuff, just like people, couldn't pick it up, or safeties are always a big one, because it's all looking forward to being in the CQB. So like, if you can't pick up on weapons safety after some chances, then it's like, because you're getting into some tight situations later. But after that, we went to, shooting was done, and then it was CQB, basic CQB.
So for the audience that's not military, CQB's close quarters battle.
Yeah.
That's entering houses, entering buildings with a team and flowing through with weapons.
That's right, yeah.
A lot of hostage rescue,
Yeah,
capture, kill type stuff.
that's right.
How was that for you, having never done that?
Man, I found it to be a lot of fun, but at this part in the course, it was not so friendly, because we have a training facility that's like a whole collection of different rooms, but there's no ceiling, and there's a catwalk where the instructors are watching what you're doing, and then just like fucking tearing you apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a high stress part of the course for sure. You're trying to take all the things you learn in the shooting package, and now put it into like a very dynamic situation where once you're going and flowing, like as you're running and you're making shots, and like your dude's right there and you're shooting right there, and what's beyond the target. There's just so many things to process that it was high stress. I enjoyed it, but I almost didn't make it through either. There was it came down to like a final day in a final room. I loved being aggressive as fuck in the CQB, and sometimes it got me a little more attention. But yeah, I was down to if I got another safety, I think it was going to be that's it for me. But I still to this day, after having done the course, gone through, did all the CQB and squadrons and all the other things, I still disagree completely with the safety that put me kind of on the bubble. I think it was a bad call, but
do you think maybe they put that on you just to add to the pressure, knowing that you only have one left?
I don't think so, because if they did, I think they would have done it to more people. Like, there was a couple of us for sure that were like, we just got to be careful on this run. Just be careful. I don't think it was done specific. It was just, I did it to myself.
Roger that. Yeah. How long was that portion?
Oh man, I want to say it was just a couple months maybe. So shooting was a month. Yeah, maybe 2 months. And again, these are all this is a long time ago.
Yeah.
These are all ish.
So we're roughly, 3 to 4 months into selection. Yeah. What do we have left?
So after you've shown that you can be safe and you're picking up on that stuff, it was still, we were mixing in stuff too at this time that was like fighting, medical training. So it'd be like CQB in the morning, let's say, maybe a period of like TCCC medical training, and like fight class, CQB in the evening, and then like another fight class in the evening.
What kind of fight class are you guys doing?
Like a mixed martial arts. So this kind of, you're getting the basics of striking, boxing, kicking, and then grappling, like some BJJ stuff, and then growing to incorporate like weapons and team, and like more like in a CQB, like in a room environment, like you're coming in someone's hospital, but not necessarily armed, like not compliant. How do you take care of that guy? You know what I mean? Like, so incorporating now, you have a long gun and you have your gear and like that kind of stuff. So they built on first on the like the basics of just how to throw a punch, how to kick, all of these different things, some grappling, and then added in, the guns you're gonna have, or using a knife that you might have if you're in a hairy situation.
At what point do they start? How do I say that? At what point do they start cross training? So, at what point do they expect you to start busting out jiu-jitsu in a kill house or striking in a kill house?
That was the next portion. So it was like basic CQB and learning the fundamentals of fighting, and then an advanced CQB was like bigger targets, off camp, things we've never seen, getting all like and it was more hostage rescue centric at this point. Different types of infills, fast roping, rappelling, or like high speed vehicle approach, or sneaky. And then in those scenarios, you would have guys that were in the building, and this we'd switch from live fire to simunition. But there would be every fucking scenario you can think of. Yeah. They would put into these buildings and houses. And we would go, everything from like explosive entry to just like mechanical breaching, and just the whole thing came together in that. And that's where you're presented with situations where you're like, I assess that like I would probably be, well, at the time, because I'm on course, I'd probably be in trouble if I shoot this person, so I'm going to fight him. And that's where it all kind of came together. Okay.
So basically what they're doing is, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like CQB is the mother load here.
Yeah.
And then they're adding in fighting, medical, air operations. You guys doing any diving?
No, not on our basic assault.
Navigation.
Yeah, definitely. That's the nav, like navigation and all that stuff, is we have a green phase that's after advanced CQB. So after they kind of tackle like the hostage rescue kind of domestic stuff, like you're wearing black and you're doing domestic Canadian hostage rescue, or kind of the scenarios. And then it goes to more. Oh, no
shit. So you guys do domestic stuff?
So that's so mandate. Yeah, it's sort of like we're a mix, because we have a domestic hostage rescue mandate, well, kind of globally, but like we will be what the government reaches for if something happens that like our police can't handle. So almost like your your FBI, I think, have
HRT team.
Your HRT, yeah, have like that domestic hostage rescue mandate here. So we have that.
No shit.
As well, yeah.
I can't wait to dive into how this unit is broken down. I had no idea you guys were both domestic and foreign.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So And is there anything else you want to cover when it comes to the training? You know, the selection.
No, man, that's just like it's just
So when you finish,
yeah.
how's that?
The selection or the assaulter course? Because I guess it's all kind of one big selection. Your 7-day, if you get to be on an assaulter course, you do it. And the green phase ends with navigation, reconnaissance, all the stuff you would do in the woods. Really long ruck hauls, and then like you have like an escape and evasion portion, and then you get inevitably captured and go through like a resistance to interrogation kind of training. I think it's very similar to like a lot of the stuff that the guys down here do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that part you just hang out in the woods for fucking a long time in the rain.
How what was the most challenging portion for you?
I would say the CQB, basic CQB, learning to just like move and shoot and think really fast. That was the most challenging. The green stuff I enjoyed. I was already a sniper from 3VP. And quite frankly, the recce course in 3VP CLI was damn near the hardest thing I've ever done. So I was already pretty comfortable in the woods, and I grew up in the woods and stuff anyway. So the green phase that was physically tiring was not the hardest part for me. It was learning to like shoot, move, and communicate.
Yeah. How did it feel when you made it?
Oh man, I felt fucking on top of the world. It was, you know, years in the making to like finish that course and say, like, welcome to JTF2 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that dream came true. But like as I was going through it, now I had new goals.
It's becoming more of a
learning
reality.
stuff. Yeah, so I'm like, okay, made it, good, but fuck, I got a lot to get to work on, kind of thing. So
Yeah. So you started. It sounds like 4 classes, roughly 30 in each class, 120 people. What did you walk out of there with after the 10 months?
Man, I should know this. The guys on my course are gonna kill me for not remembering the number, but I want to say it's like 16 to 18 of us
16.
finished. 16 to 18. I think of our course picture and count it out, but yeah, that could be off a couple either direction, but
That's like
yeah, it was
90%. If my
oh yeah, from like the start, yeah,
Yeah.
it was known that like from the beginning of the process to becoming an assaulter, it's like upwards of 90% like attrition.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah.
So you get done. How do they present it to you? What is the last exercise where you?
So the last thing, what did we do? The last thing was the resistance to interrogation, and after that, oh man, how did it end? We got brought back to the hill, and it was like, yeah, it was like in one of like our mess facility kind of thing. And we just like get brought in, and there's like now you're looking at the community of all of the assaulters that weren't deployed, but like all of the assaulters are there, and you're just like, you get like a coin, and they like tell you what squadron you're going to, and you're like, fucking welcome kind of thing. It was cool. It's just like, yeah, it seemed so long in the making at that point, and like so many fucking points where it's just like seemingly sheer luck is why I'm sitting there, you know.
Yeah.
But just super grateful to be. It was a cool day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a break, and then we'll when we come back, we'll get into how you were received in the unit.
Sure.
Get into some hazing stories, maybe.
Okay.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, We do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
So you're one of the most prolific drug smugglers in the world. Smuggled cocaine, marijuana, worked for Pablo Escobar, the Medellin cartel, the Ochoa brothers. Is there anything you haven't done?
He became one of the government's most valuable informants in the war against cocaine. But last night in Louisiana, Barry Seal's enemies caught up with him and killed him.
The plane took off, and the wheels came up with a thud, and went on a little bit further, and got up about 5,000 feet, and they were just a little click, click. And Miriam said, "What was that, Dad?" I said, "He just turned his autopilot on." The fella reaches over and he says, "You fly these things, huh?" And anyhow, he got under me, and he was shooting those tracers, and he must have been just under the airplane because they looked like they were coming up like in an arc right under the windshield, just red streaks up. Of course, some of them was live, you know. But they hung a dead man in the cell with me, and he was frozen, and he was wrapped in newspaper strips of it like a mummy from his feet all the way to his head. And they put him on a meat hook onto a bolt on the side of the wall and hung him there. Said, "You next, son of a bitch, you next."
It's not going to land anywhere but Arkansas.
That's right, because he said it's paid off all the way to the top.
The old saying, if you can't stand the heat, don't work in the kitchen. I can take the pressure.
A lot of people died in this business. I'm telling you, I'm one of the only people I know still alive.
All right, Dallas, we're back from the break. You've made it through selection, and you're showing up to your new home unit at JTF2.
Yeah.
What's it like?
Man, it was amazing. Like I was saying, it was something I'd wanted to do for so long. Finally, like, okay, now it was almost like now I can really get to work. The squadron I went to, the level at which they shot and did CQB, and like the skill level of everyone was fucking crazy. It was like, okay, the course sort of prepared you, but now the learning really begins, kind of thing. And I got to a good det, and the deck commander at the time was great. Like, he's like, so like you're talking about hazing. For me, there wasn't really much. He was like, look, you made it through all of this for a particular reason. You know, if you see something that you don't understand, ask. If you see something that you might think is fucked up, ask, bring it up. It's like, because everyone is here to think outside of the box. So like, you're going to have different life experiences, different opinions, see things differently. And we want to get the value from that sort of thing. So it was especially CQB. It was like stepping in to do it with squad, and they're so fucking fast. I was like, okay, I gotta get to work, like speed up the shooting, speed up the moving. But I was just like immersed. Just hours, go early, extend my workout, and stay late to just work on kit and work on draws and shoot and shoot and shoot.
Isn't it nice showing up to a unit that wants everybody's perspective?
Yeah.
Because they are out of the box thinkers.
Yeah, I think I really appreciated that part of it. I know some of the guys that went to some other places that had a couple of little hazing things, but it seemed like it was in good fun, and then it was like we're just fucking around. Like, you're in,
Yeah.
let's get to work. So yeah, I was super grateful for how it was, like how it was received and how professional it was.
Can you talk a little bit about how JTF2 is broken down? How many?
Yeah, so it's we have like assault squadrons, and it's kind of changed a little bit over time, and it continues to change sometimes. Like in the military fashion, it goes this way, and they like go back to what they were doing before. But they'll have assault squadrons, and within those you have like all of the assaulters. You have the breaching capabilities, and then there's some specialties like climbing within some of the debts or diving within some of the debts. And then snipers was in a different squadron that was almost like in support of all the squadrons. And then there would be like a garrison squadron doing shit around camp and helping out and whatever.
What squadron did you go to?
So I went to 2 squadron.
2?
Yeah.
How many are there?
3 assault squadrons, yeah.
Do they have different reputations?
Yeah, they all kind of have a little bit different feel.
Like almost like a different culture at each.
Yeah, a little bit. Like nothing crazy, but it would be like, 3 squadron kind of had the dive capability and divers, and they were kind of like jokers a little bit. 2 squadron that I went to was like a little bit harder. Like it was like, I don't know, just had a reputation of being a little more serious, a little harder. And then 1 was kind of a mix of both, kind of jokers, kind of like more like cowboys, I guess. So it was interesting to see how it was, and they're like pretty accurate. All the guys were great, but it was pretty accurate. I think the feeling that we had for each one being a little bit of a different culture.
Is that where you wanted to go?
I didn't
Or
care.
you didn't care?
No, I didn't care where.
No
I just
preference.
wanted to get to a squadron and start learning as much as I could.
So you get there, and then you had mentioned that you guys also do domestic. So if there's 3 squadrons, I'm guessing there's a train up, an overseas, and a domestic team.
Yeah, it's sort of like that, and we try and keep a cycle, but even the consistency of that was like, it was just changing all the time based on manning issues or op tempo with other overseas tasks. And then you're like, because we always have to have someone on call, like immediate response in Canada. So that it takes a big chunk of manpower. And that's just like, if you were needed, and that was like, we started with pagers, but it would be like beep, beep, you have to be at camp within, I think it was an hour and a half or 2 hours. And you have to have your shit ready to go. Like, if you get there and you need to have that on a fucking bus or truck or whatever to get on a plane, like, there's no time to now organize everything, So it was like bag 1, bag 2, all these like just different tasks, all the gear ready to go. So that part of it in the cycle would be like, you need to maintain that and then still have guys overseas doing whatever tasks we have, and then people doing their post-deployment leave, resting, or actually more courses. Like, it was, you're just kind of trying to mix those 3 things, which was like rest, recovery, and training, domestic being on call, but there's still a lot of, you're able to train in that one as well, and then deployed wherever we're doing stuff.
What are the? So what is it in 6-month cycles, 8-month cycles?
We've tried a
year
bunch of
cycles?
different kinds of cycles throughout, like, my time there. I think what they tried to have the most of was like, man, I can't even remember. I want to say it was like 9 months or something. So the deployments at one point were being cut in half and teams rotating out. So you're doing more of like a 4-month deployment instead of a 6 or 9 month. But we've tried a variety of a bunch of different things.
Okay, so there's no set.
Not when you see it drawn on a fucking whiteboard, I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm kind of gonna know what I'm getting up to, and then it's never the case. It was like for the first 10, 11 years I was there, I was gone 6 to 8 months every single year. Whether it's deployment or training, gone a month, back a week, gone 2 months. Like it was 6 to 8 months. I was looking at it throughout, and it was like every year was that amount. Gone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you get in there, you're integrating with the team. Sounds like you went right into CQB with them.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest, because like part of the green phase is like you're doing like mobility stuff with heavy machine guns. You're doing all like that kind of stuff. So you're that's at the tail end, of course. That's pretty fresh. Like, you know, you're right off it, and it's not a thing we do a ton. Well, depending on the task, but like once you got into the squadron, the big thing to catch guys up on was CQB, and like shooting CQB, and like the standard at which the guys in the squadrons were when you got there, like to bring the course guys up to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I deployed with you guys, and whatever. This is 18 years ago, but yeah, we deployed or co-located with you guys in Kandahar, Afghanistan, and they've got a kill house out there. Have you been there?
Yeah. No, I've never been there.
And I remember the first run we did integrated with you guys. I don't take any offense to this. My expectations weren't too high for Canada, and boy was I fucking wrong.
I think what that comes from is the hostage rescue mandate. So like it's different if you're doing a combat clearance because you can be a little more deliberate because you don't want to fucking get shot.
Yeah.
Hostage rescue, the priority goes to the hostage. So like you come into a building, someone knows you're there, you gotta fucking move fast. Was the thought process behind how fast we trained, I think. Yeah, so I just remember like just running. I'm not a small guy, like just fucking running to keep up sometimes, like, and then shoot, keep going. Like it was the processing of it all was like, oh my God.
I was super impressed, and I can only imagine how much it has evolved in the past 18 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Or evolved to the past, who knows? The military is so different nowadays with the last 2 years, but anyways, that's bullshit. But yeah, man. So how did you integrate in with the team? I mean, were they? How long did it take before you were equivalent? Is where I'm trying to go. Were they like 100% accepted you? Hey, we're ready to go. We're ready to deploy.
No, it was still passed on to like you're still almost like a probation period. Like,
okay.
Like you're still being assessed all the time. It's like, don't take offense to it, because so am I. Like everyone is in a way. Like you have to keep a level of fitness and shooting and CQB and like all this stuff has to be dialed in. So it was known, like, look, you're not just here now, you can fucking relax. And the pace is crazy. Like, even when I was at home, I just felt like I was playing catch up all the time. So like, when did I become an equivalent? I don't know. I fucking didn't. And now I'm out.
Okay.
Like I just, there's always someone that's so good that I'm like, I got to get faster. I got to get better. Then I moved to snipers, and I'm like, fuck these guys. I got to get stronger and faster. And then fighting, like, fuck, these guys can fight. Like, I got to get stronger and bigger. And like, it was everywhere. The competitiveness of that environment, like, it's just relentless. Every fucking day is a competition of some kind, and you're creating it yourself, really. Like, we do shooting competitions, but like if I have a shit day on the range, it's just like that whole evening sucks. I'm like, no, I gotta stay late. I gotta go back. Why was I pulling these shots this way? Or why was I slow? Or why? And it's just fucking, you're comparing yourself all the time. It's like everyone around. It's such a crazy environment for that.
Let me rephrase the question then. You showed up, you started doing CQB. When is the unit or 2 squadron giving you the ominous dominus saying, hey, we're deploying. You're ready for this?
I don't know if there was like a line in the sand or like a time frame learned. It was just slowly like, man, I don't know the timeline. It was like, I never felt like I was done progressing compared to the peers, but I did feel like a legitimate part of the team, like not that long after, like where my opinion was valued or something I saw was like good point. Like it didn't take that long. The integration was pretty professional and it was pretty fast, I think. It wasn't like, although the year after our course, there was like a year skipped of SOAC for some reason. So we were like the new guys for like 2 years. There's still a little bit of new guy shit. You're like different transport jobs and checking oil on trucks and shit that will be like, that's a new guy task. But I was like acceptance and where I felt like I was part of the team, like it happened pretty fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the probationary period?
I don't even know what the timeline is. I just remember people saying like, selection's never over. It's kind of the attitude. Like, just know that you have to keep a high standard here.
Earn your keep every day.
Yeah, you're not here to relax.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How long before your first deployment?
So SOAC, my Celtic course was all of 2009, basically. It was like January to like October, I want to say. Maybe it wasn't 10 months yet. Oh, no, we did some continuation training. So I was in the squadron at the end of 2009, and I deployed to Afghanistan in the second half of 2010. So I had about a year with the squadron. We had a couple, we were doing a lot of MCT training at the time.
What is MCT training?
Maritime counter-terrorism stuff. So boats and choppers and ladder climbing and ships. Because we were poised for the Winter Olympics that happened in Canada. So we were all in the area in case anything happened. So we were getting familiar with like the trains and the systems in Vancouver and the different venues that were there, and if anything happened on the water, So there was a lot of time put into that task or whatever. And then I think the second half of 2010 is when I went to Afghanistan for the first time.
How was that?
Man, I had a great time. It was so crazy to see how different the world is. You know what I mean? Like in 2 places, like from Canada to Afghanistan. That's about as different as it can get. And just to witness that in real life was like, it's just so much. Like you take in so much. It's like there's so much exciting, adventurous feelings that come with it. And then there's like, disgust and fucking sadness almost. And like just your mind is blown at some of the evil you can see. So the task I went on, actually, I was a spare to go on a deployment that was more DAs and doing hits on targets. I was a spare. And then I got asked, they're like, hey, there's this other task going at Afghanistan. At the same time, you can be on that team for sure, or you can go to that spot and you can wait to try and deploy like with your debt to go down. I was like, wow, what's the chances? So I started like chatting with guys who were doing workup trains. Like, how's everybody feeling? Is anyone thinking that it might not happen? So I took the sure thing, the sure deployment. I'd been waiting now at this point, it seemed forever to get over there. So I just went like in this mixed team of dudes, and we went to Kabul. And I think that one got extended a couple times and ended up being around 8 months or something.
So when you deploy, is all of 2 going to Kabul, or
No,
are
so
they
the team
breaking 2 up?
So no, like I was just pulled out, and it wasn't even our squad. It was a team of like, man, I think there was 5 of us, 5 or 6 of us, but they were like from all over the place, like this squadron, that squadron, a sniper, 2 snipers actually, but not in sniper roles. Like this was all like low pro kind of gray role stuff.
Okay.
So I didn't really have any experience in that. So we did a workup training with some of the guys that did have experience. One did like a motorcycle course, driving course, another driving course, because we did do one on our assaulter training. But it was like to get, like, I'd never really even ridden a motorbike before. So we're like, went to this dirt bike place and they just taught us how to fucking ride properly. Driving and a bunch of surveillance stuff, and then like the source handling operations type of things. And then deployed to go do that task. Yeah.
Anything spectacular happen that you want to talk about on that deployment?
No. Well, yeah, like actually, sorry. Yes. There's
Okay.
a couple things that were just crazy. So like I was saying before, like the environment is, there's embassies, there's like a green zone, there's cafes and restaurants, all mixed in with like, you know, there's VBID attacks happening, there's shootings like around the city, and you're just like, a big part of that job was, you know, networking, meeting people so that you could have a heads up on these things if you're going to do a job in a certain area. But we met, it was the first time I'd ever met him. He actually used to be an assaulter at JTF2, and he had a business there. So he had like a restaurant and like housing, kind of like a hotel for embassy overflow. And it's like, no, it wasn't in the green zone. It was known as like a pretty secure, like it was like double wall. He had good security and stuff. But we were, I can't remember if it was around, I don't remember the date of it, but we had like barbecues at our like little house that we were living in the city. And one day we were going to go get stuff for the barbecue. We go to this grocery store, and I can't remember why, but we just went to another grocery store that we didn't normally go to. And we come back and we just like hear fucking all hell break loose, because it's only a few blocks away. And then we get a call from this guy who had the facility, and he's like calls one of the boys, and he's like, "Fuck, you gotta come get me. I'm in trouble. Help," kind of thing. And he like hangs up the phone. We're like, "Well, what the fuck?" And you're like, "What did he say?" And he's, "I don't know, man. I don't know if he's at his house or like where he is." So we call back, and he's like, "No, so the grocery store we skipped to go to the other one got attacked like that same time frame, and he was in there, and I guess 2 guys came in, shot the place up, like threw these frags, and I can't remember if one guy, if it was just grenades or if one of them blew themselves up, but he was hit, he got shot, and I think he got some shrapnel, and he was like trying to get out of there, and so he called again, and he's like, "Don't let them take me, you guys got to come find me." He told us he was at this grocery store, so we were like, fuck, like we got to go right now. And now there a couple questions came up about like mandate, blah 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 blah, and we're like, no, fuck that. Like I grabbed like my med kit, we hopped in the truck, and it was really close to our place, and we just spread out to try and find him. I was running down the street. I went into the grocery store first, and it was just fucking chaos. Like it was still smoky, there was fucking bodies and blood and shit everywhere. And like that's something, like the smell of that for the first time,
yeah,
all of it hitting your nostrils, and you're just like, this is fucking madness. But like you're also like, is there still people in here? Like I'm looking, and now there's like the local ambulances are starting to come, so they're like trying to you're trying to figure out what's going on. We're trying to find our fucking friend. So I don't see him in here. And we started like just split up in pairs and like running down the streets. And eventually there was another Canadian there that just like somehow found him in the area. He got loaded up and like taken to a local hospital and stitched up and flew out, I think, to Germany or something, and got taken care of. But like the chaos of it all I was like, wow, it's just like so fast it happens. We're about to have a barbecue. out to crack a beer, and then it's like, med kit, pistol, let's fucking run, long guns in the truck, lock it up, and let's fucking find our guy. And it was crazy because we had rehearsed in workups 1-2-man CQB in case something happened that was sort of like this, but like now thinking about it, I'm like, I never expected to see that scenario of it. You know what I mean? And like, what's the best way to search blocks and blocks for someone when your team is 5-6 assaulters? Like, there's a bunch of things that I was like, I don't know if I was fully prepared for that, but
we didn't think about this one.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So that day was pretty intense.
Did he survive that?
He did. Yeah, man. He's a fucking tough dude. He just kept at her, and I think I hear about him every now and again, and he's just like somewhere else doing something crazy. And yeah.
Right on, man.
Yeah, I was glad he made it out with that one.
So you come back from that deployment.
Yeah, so that would have been 2011. Yeah, we went 2010 over Christmas and came back. Oh fuck, I don't even remember. Sometime early in 2011, I think.
So you're back home from your first trip, which went completely different than what you were expecting, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And you're back in with your primary unit, with the boys, right?
Yep.
So what's coming down the pipe now? Did they deploy while you were?
Yeah. So one of the troops, I don't think the whole squadron deployed. Again, it's a little hazy, but they might have done a switch, one troop and then the next troop. But they were deployed at the same time that I was in Kabul. They were down in like near Kandahar, just doing like the hits and stuff like that. From what I heard, it wasn't I didn't miss too much, so I was like, okay. There was a lot of dry holes and like, just stuff that it wasn't necessarily lining up like some of the previous guys had gotten. So I was like, okay, I wasn't too sad about missing that. I was happy with the experience I got doing the other task.
Well, what is the next task?
So I went back. I was in 2 Squadron, 2011. Some getting back into whatever next cycle we were. We call it IR when you're just like, you're an immediate response. You have to be ready to rock. There's a big workup training that goes with that. A bunch of domestic. You're getting back into like hostage rescue, CQB, and like all of that stuff. So there's big workups. But then before I deployed again, I did my sniper course for JTF2.
How did that come about? Is that something you put in for?
Yeah, I wanted it. I was already a Reg 4 sniper, and I knew I wanted to go there. I just wanted to get some time in the squadron first. I got assaulter experience and a lot of breaching experience, and then I was asking a lot to like, can I go to snipers? And they supported it all, so I did that course, and then moved over.
Hold on, how was that course?
Oh, I was fucking great. What I had to compare it to was the CF, like our Reg Force sniper course, which at the time I thought it was also great, but then it was next level, like at the hill with that sniper course. It was just everything from the weapons and ammo, like the kit, the support for it, like the fucking gun techs were ninjas, man. Like all of the support for it was so good. Like if you're shooting and there's an issue with kit, there's like someone right there to fix it, replace it, get it going. Like, and the precision that is taught, and that was very much a gentleman's course also. They're like, the snipers want you to be a good sniper. Here's how you do it. So it wasn't like a high attrition rate. I don't know if I think we had like one guy fail. But I thought the course was great. And I've always loved the stalking portion of sniper training. It's like hunting. Like you are in the fucking zone. It's like a flow state activity.
Yeah.
So that I always loved. So like it was more challenging stalks now, and it was, it's just it encompasses kind of all green skills is a sniper stock. Like, so to see the level at which you were expected to do it, I was impressed.
How close are you getting to target?
So you have a box kind of thing that you have to be in. So we have two guys who are snipers looking for you stalking. They're like, we'd be sitting in a chair beside each other with binos, and they know that you're starting somewhere down there, like the whole course, and you're stalking towards them, and you have to be inside of 300 meters, I think it was. So you start off a K or two away, so there's a little bit of navigation. It's more picking the ground to move in efficiently. And then there's walkers out in the field where you're stalking, field or forest or bush line or whatever. Generally, you don't get a bush line for too long before it's a field. And the people watching, the snipers watching and looking for movement, looking for any sign of people creeping up on them, are in radio comms with the walkers. And if they see anything, there's like they'll have an air horn. I like, these guys are getting slick. So they're like on the binders, and it's like a step on. So like they don't even have to, and you have to freeze. And if you don't, there's a bunch of integrity things that come down the line. But, and then they'll be like, yeah, walker, whoever, move to your right, blah, blah, blah. He's controlling where this guy's going. It's like, there's a sniper at your feet, or they'll like control their arms like you're touching a sniper. So you have that going while you're moving. You have to get into a final firing position, set it all up. When you're comfortable that you're camouflaged, that you think they can't see you, you tell one of the walkers around, like there's a shooter ready to, it was like an identification first. So you had to judge the distance by using your scope to measure how far they were. And then you had to identify, so that they know that you have a clear window to see through. You have to identify a letter that they'll hold up. So you're looking, the walker's like, okay, he's gonna hold the letter. You're like, you say the letter? Yep, good ID. Now, all of our stocks ended up being live fire. So in this particular part of it, you would shoot a blank round. And now the walkers, it starts at like 10 meters, 5 meters, like 2 meters or something. So he's like, yeah, I got a sniper within 10 meters of me. So the guy's like, okay, he's somewhere here. And he's like, okay, don't see him. If he doesn't see you, and that's what you're hoping for, moves to 5 meters, still doesn't see you, you fire a round, and this one's just a blank round. So it's to see like what type of vegetation is in front of you. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that it can move or fall down if you shoot a round? And then you have to do a reload. So there's movement in there that you have to control. And then the guy moves, I think it's like 2 meters. And I could be getting all of this a little bit wrong, but it's roughly this. And then he's like, okay, no, let's tell him to send a second shot. Boom, it's a blank round. And then they look. If they don't see anything, then you're good. And you're like, okay. Then you wait. When everyone is done, precisely where the guys are sitting, we'll put up like a steel target. It's the same size. And then you have to make that shot.
Okay.
So the pass comes if you can make that live fire shot after.
Just for the audience, you're talking about stalking through an open field. I just want you to talk about how the pace of which you're moving to not be compromised.
Yeah, so pace is based on how well you pick the ground. Like, if there is, for instance, a hill somewhere in there, it's in your best interest to get behind it, have the guys looking for you, like, have the hill between you two, and you can upright walk, you can run if you want to make up time. When there's no hill or there's no trees to use and this stuff, it's really using ground to just try and maximize efficiency. Because like to low crawl really on your belly is fucking tiring. To drag a gun with you, it's super tiring. So picking ground is the biggest thing. Like that's what makes you able to move at a pace that is like in your best interest. And it doesn't have to be crazy. Like, you can crawl behind a slope that's not that big without having to be right on your belly and like just like inching across an open field. So things like even vehicle tracks and stuff, you can it's picking up on those things and trying to see also what's ahead of you, because the worst thing is to fucking crawl somewhere and then you have nowhere to go and you have to like backtrack and cloverleaf around somewhere, because in the terms of a stalk, it's all timed. And don't ask me how long, because I don't fucking remember, but it's all timed. So you have to complete this task in a certain amount of time. So like if you waste an hour crawling up and now you're crawling back, you're taking risks you shouldn't take with fast movement. Like you're not setting yourself up for a successful final firing position.
Yeah. What type of shots are you guys taking?
Like how do you mean?
I mean, so is there a portion where you're not stalking and you're just going for accuracy and distance?
Yeah, and a lot of that is based on the hostage rescue stuff. So like it's mainly the HR shots were up to 300 meters, and it would be like based on MOA, and I think it was like a minute of angle. So, roughly at 100, it's super tight. 200's a little bit bigger. 300's probably like that. And like those are the shots you have to make all the time. That shooting standard is very high.
With what platforms?
We trained with 308 for most of it, and I think the thought process was behind that, because there's bigger calibers that you fucking battle the wind way better. Like a 338 is what we used after. But to train with a 308, like you have to be on your wind calls more. They're less forgiving rounds. Just in terms of wind, really is the biggest thing. Like you're working that art a lot more than with a 338. So that's what the course we trained on.
So farthest distance you guys were working with at school?
Oh, during the course, well, we came down to Texas to train with, I don't know if you know the Accuracy First guys.
I don't.
Oh, okay. So we came down to train with them. And in Texas, on course, we were shooting we had our 338s and 50s out by then, like a couple kilometers, we were shooting 2,600 meters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
His program, it was like nothing I'd ever seen. That part of the course, it was fucking blew my mind. At first I was like, I don't know if I'm going to understand this. And, but as you go through it, just what he was teaching for long range shooting, man, it's a pretty fucking big reason why we got that long shot in the end. Like a huge reason.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's some serious credit.
While I can get into it now, or I can talk about it before that deployment that I went on, but
we'll talk about it before.
Okay, because it was next level. From the sniping experience that I had before, it was crazy.
Damn. Yeah. What? So you guys are using 308, 338, 50 cal.
Yeah.
What else?
That was it. So we had 308. Once we were in Sniper Troop, once you're done your course and you go to Sniper Troop, we weren't really using the 308 bolt gun anymore. So we had a 308 gas gun, 338 bolt gun, and a 50.
Okay. Yeah. Did you guys ever get into the Creedmoor? What is it, 6.5?
Yeah, there's been guys. I know guys have played with it, trialed. There's kind of some. It was in the realm. I've never shot it. There's guys that are really into ammo.
Yeah.
Shit, are always tracking what's coming next. I was more like, what do we have to use, and that's what I'm going to try and get good.
Okay,
with.
that's how I am too.
Yeah, but no, I never got into that or shot it at all. Right
on. I was just curious. All right, so we get done with the sniper course. You're back at JTF2 in the, is it Sniper Squadron?
So yeah, I went over to snipers right after my course, basically. Yeah. So I left 2 squadron, went to a different squadron that had the sniper troop in it.
Is this a much smaller squadron?
It's just it was kind of like support, So the tactical part of that squadron was the snipers, and we would do reconnaissance and sniping. And then there was, oh man, I don't even remember the other troops. It was just like, it was a completely different makeup. It wasn't like an assault squadron at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you farmed out
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
other squadrons then?
Yeah. So like for an IR, cycle where you're on, immediate response, you have a certain amount of snipers attached to that. An overseas task, depending on the task, a certain amount of snipers.
Are you
farmed out to
deployed
that.
with that squadron the entire time, or are you kind of as needed? They fly you over.
No, it was almost always you would go and do the full deployment.
Okay.
In my experience, I did like the full deployment with the squadron. Yeah.
Who'd you deploy with first?
My first Iraq tour was in 2015. And this was like, Iraq had kind of just kicked off for us. There was one roto before us, which was Roto 0, just to make it all confusing. Second roto was Roto 1, which is the one I was on. And they only sent 2 snipers, so I deployed with like my TL, which just so happened to be my current brother-in-law. And it was just a 2-man sniper team. We actually mostly worked with our brother unit, the CSOR I was telling you guys about. For most of that tour. I'm trying to think. Well, it was a mix, actually, sorry. So we were with some 2 squadron guys and working with the CSOR guys. And we were just, there was kind of a front line. It was crazy. It was different. It was, the Kurds were trying to hold ISIS back. And it'd come to like, just old, there's like a front line, and there's some no man's land, and then there was ISIS on the other side.
So where were you guys? Over like Erbil?
This was like, we were out of Erbil, but more towards Mosul. Okay. So it was my first tour. It was like Mosul was like the city I could see like way in the background on all the different tasks we did there. So that was mainly just trying to help the Kurds whichever way we could. There's a little bit of training stuff. We didn't do too much of that. That was more what CSOR was up to. But it was just navigating all the restrictions and rules and stuff like that, and just trying to be as effective as you could against fucking ISIS that wanted to keep pushing back all the way through Kurdistan.
So are you guys getting pretty kinetic? Or
Yeah, it was. Well, when we got there had just been like the first Canadian casualty of that war. And so when I first got on the ground, there was like a bunch of restrictions, like no move here and there. And like, we just had to figure out ways around that to get to work. So like eventually, it was kind of always a back and forth. Like, we want to go do this, we want to go do that. It's like, well, you can do this, you can't do that. This is approved, you can't go there. Like, just all of that. But I was with, like you said, the TL I was with, like, we would just fucking every night brainstorm. Like, how do we get out there now? How do we get out there? How do we do this? And then, yeah, it ended up being a pretty good aggressive tour. And a lot of it was like long, so it'd be like sniper stuff because you're on a line and they're not standing 300 meters out there because anyone that did that would have been dead already. So it was like sniper and airstrikes. That combination was what we were doing, and it was
describe a typical day on the line. How many guys are you with?
Yeah, so it would be normally myself and my sniper partner, who was the TL and like our 2-man team, kind of ran the OPs that we would go on, and we would bring some guys from CSOR. Sometimes we'd have a JTAC with us, so that's the guy that like controls all the aircraft and drops. Normally an interpreter, or every time an interpreter. And the crew numbers varied. Sometimes it would be 4 of us out for the night. Sometimes it would be like 8 or 10. And then sometimes we would go out with like the other squadron guys that were there. So we're all just like trying to get on this line and trying to bring the fight to ISIS. So the numbers varied, but it would go.
Are you with any Kurds?
Yeah, Yeah. The
Is
whole
there a
time
lot
it's
of them?
all, the whole line is just like, it's crazy to see this line at night because you can just see, like, it's just like bunkers and a light that just goes across the horizon, and like all of these positions are manned all the time so that like ISIS cannot get through. So we would normally go out a few days at a time so that we could go to one, go to another, kind of support from wherever we were getting information that shit was happening. And sometimes it would be very inflated. I remember the first one we went out, it was like my first real thing really I was doing as a sniper. So I was like, I'd been a sniper for a long time, considering my CF time. And I was like, I am fucking ready. Like, we went out and I didn't sleep at all for like 2 days because I was like, I'm not missing a goddamn thing. When we got there, the Kurds were like, oh, every night, you know, there's machine gun fire from there. Every night there's a sniper over there. I was like, okay. I'm like, fucking here. Like, I was set up, ready to go. And my team lead, he's like, yeah, okay, well, wake me up if something crazy's happening. Because he's had a lot of experience already.
Yeah.
He's done so much shit. And I'm like, just ready to go. So I'm like dipping, like just coffee and dip. And like, I'm not sleep. I'll sleep when we pull off and we go back to camp. And it was like, not a fucking thing happened for like 2 days. I'm like, through the turf, I'm like, what's going on here? They said every single day you're getting shot at from this place. And like, so there was balancing like who was overblowing whatever was happening to them or exaggerating, and then trying to figure out where you could have the best kind of effect, and then just trying to get your place, trying to get your spot there. We did that one, nothing happened, but it was normally a few days on the line, go back and assess, see if anything new came, if there's a better place to be, or there was, you know, someone was taking fire, or just whatever the best way we could kind of support.
Did you get to do what you wanted to do as a sniper on that deployment?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing, but you always wish for it to be closer for some reason. I don't know why we're like that, but it's like, you know, you shoot someone like, so the closest, the best, the best place we got was a position that was like 1,700 meters to the town that ISIS was in. And it was like this little valley looking down, and like there was always something going on there. And so that's where we were like sniper fire, and still sometimes you're like, it's so blurry. You're 1,700 meters, you get shot machine gun through a window, and you shoot, and it's like the firing stops. You're like, I don't fucking know. Is this guy dead? Did he run out the back? Like, there's no way to know.
Yeah.
The most effective thing I think that we did with the combination of what we had was wrangling guys and pinning them down places and then dropping a bomb.
What do you mean wrangling?
Well, so like if a fighter's headed one way, you shoot at him. If it's not a first round hit, which 2 kilometer first round hit is like, it happens. We'll get to that after, but like, it's probably going to be in vicinity, and the spotter shooter team will walk on. That, normally now, if a round lands, they'll squirt into something. We just pin someone in and drop a bomb. That's what on that tour we found most successful.
Okay.
And it was fucking successful. Yeah.
How many bombs do you guys think you dropped that deployment?
Holy fuck, I have no idea. I don't know. It got slick though. Like, there's a bunch of things, like, you're obviously always watching for, you call it collateral damage, but it's people that are not in the fight.
Yeah.
Because it was most of these areas close to the line, it was only ISIS left, but not exclusively. Like, sometimes, now whether it was their family or like they use shields and stuff all the time. So like in sniping,
Human shields?
Oh yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Let's go into that.
That was the next roto, but sure. So this would be moving forward to the next roto that I did there, which would be in 2016 and into 17. And this was the tour that we made that really long engagement.
Well, let's go back. Hold
Okay.
on. Let's go back. I
right.
want to take a break before we get there.
Okay.
So this deployment, you're doing all sniper stuff, but did you really get the satisfaction that you were hoping from being? Did you get your first confirmed kill and witness the kill? Is what I'm asking, because that's what every sniper wants. They
Yeah,
want to
I
take
know.
the long
And
shot.
no, and I don't know if I ever really even. Well, no, never mind. We did. So sniping, no, it was always like guess, like it worked. I don't know what happened on the other side of that
Okay.
wall, window, whatever. The biggest numbers were from airstrikes for sure. We
Okay.
would get it dialed in, pin some group of people or whatever there, and just fucking end them that way.
I don't find that as satisfying.
Oh no, I totally agree. I know what you're getting at for sure.
So,
Yeah.
I've done a lot of engagements where what you're talking about, where it's, well, I mean, there's no more gunfire, but so you didn't get the full blown confirmation yet.
No, not yet.
All right. So you come home.
Yeah, I come home from that one wasn't that long. I think we were there for 4 or 5 months. 4 months. Yeah.
Okay.
This is when they were trying to do shorter and just get guys through. One, because there was a bit of a break that period that I did my sniper course between like what was going on in Afghanistan, and then we weren't doing much in Afghanistan for a while. And then when Iraq happened, there was like everyone wanted to go. So I think part of the shorter rotations were, we don't know how long it's going to go. Let's keep guys fresh, but also let's get guys going because that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the retention at JTF2? Is it good?
It used to be.
It's not anymore. No, COVID fucked it up.
Yeah, I think COVID.
Well, we'll get into that. Yeah. Well, let's take a break before we get into the
All right.
to the world record.
Roto 6.
You need to ask yourself, do you want to be a fucking commando today? I had to go through 8 months of training with the CIA. And the reason why we had to cross-train with them is because we forward deployed later on into these countries where we had to work underneath the chief of station. You know, it was really funny because you and I, after talking last night, we were in the same country.
On the same project.
On the same, hunting down the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was this fight promoter named Santo. He was a Japanese guy, and he took underneath, obviously he wanted to make money out of me, and he said, would you want to fight? You know, at Japanese dojos, at matches. He was talking about the underground matches. And the technology was used against the enemy and how we would find, fix, and locate and kill him.
He got killed, was that 2006?
Yep. I tracked down a tiger.
Get this. Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
A tiger?
I tracked down a wild tiger.
All right, Dallas, we're back from the break. You're getting ready to go back over, but before, we just had an interesting conversation on the break that I had to cut you off. So JTF2 has not had any casualties?
No. No casualties in that.
No KIAs?
No KIAs, yeah.
Killed in action?
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
Oh, yeah. It's wild.
I mean,
and like I was just saying, like the sentiment is like, we're some lucky motherfuckers. Like there's been guys shot up. There's been real close calls. Like on the first point we were just talking about, like there was a couple times where I'm like, oh fuck. Normally that was mortar fire, but like
Yeah.
real goddamn close.
I mean, shit, when I worked with you guys, the day, I think it was the day we left, you guys spun up to go out and a helo got shot down
Yep.
outside of Kandahar.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact some dudes got shot up because
Yep.
I saw them
Yep.
afterwards. But damn, that's in only one KIA through
And that
entire
was-
Canadian Special Operations.
Yeah, I believe so. If there's something I'm forgetting, please forgive me. But like, I'm fairly sure, and that was the one I was just telling you about. I guess it would have been Roto Zero in Iraq, and it's a CSOR guy, and that was it, man.
Wow.
And like, yeah, again, just knock on wood, because
Yeah.
you know, it's a crazy thing you're out there doing.
It's been a long war.
But yeah, and we are
Well, let's get into it.
blessed.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Let's get into the next deployment.
Okay, so next deployment was Roto number would have been Roto 6. For this one, I went with 4-man sniper team. I was the 2IC, TL and two number 1 and 2. Most of the deployment was we were trying every step of the way to get into Mosul. So we had, from the first Roto I was there, we were on a defensive line way back from Mosul. And this one, we were trying to get in there. So the Iraqis and some pushes done previously had pushed ISIS back into Mosul, and mainly West Mosul. So there's a river that goes right in the middle, and most of ISIS was pushed back there. Other than like, there's also some other tasks with, or in the cities going to look for people. But the whole time, most of that Roto, we'd go and do a few hits around the cities, and those were mainly like, no one wanted to scrap. It's like you're in someone's house, fucking panos in the middle of the night. They're like, yeah, okay, I'll come with you. So none of that was very dynamic. It was fun, but it wasn't anything really
No
crazy.
engagements.
Yeah. And then so most of that Roto was that, but all of us really trying to press to get into Mosul. And like our TL was just like, he had his eye, as soon as we got there, he had his eye set on the Nineveh Hotel, which was like I think it was a 9-story hotel right on the river, west looking into East Mosul, where ISIS was like, that's where they were now holding. So the fight was kind of across the river.
Are we getting into this already?
This is
This is okay. So what?
yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about the workup. Like I mentioned it a bit. We came back down to Texas again to train with Accuracy First, and we were starting to shoot like upwards of 3 kilometers. We're kind of like the group of guys in that troop, fucking phenomenal, just always pushing. And we were there, and we got this piece of kit, and it's a company, man, I hope we get it right. It's TACCOM HQ, I think, and they make a prism. So previously, long shots were like you dial on a sniper scope, and then you're holding in the reticle. So you'll be with the shooter spotter team. The shooter's not even can't even be looking at the target. It's a different reference point, and then you're getting corrections off of that. Because in order to have the round go that far, like your gun is now required to point up in the air, essentially. So you can imagine if you're looking through a scope, you're looking high up on a building, higher up on an antenna, holding on a fucking cloud, like something like that, and just trying to get a correction. So what this prism did is it allowed us to have that angle, but also still see what you're aiming at.
Okay.
So we got like the first couple versions of it that were just like this piece of metal, just like, here's how you put it on. And we were playing with those.
What does it
in
look
Texas.
like?
It goes in front of the scope. And they're like, they have a company, and it's like they're getting them out there now. This was like I think some of the very first ones. It just attaches on the rail in front of your scope. and it's like whatever a prism does, whichever way it's angled, I don't know. So that when you're pointed up, the shooter's field of view still has the target in it.
So what does it look like, a UNS or something?
Yeah, sort of like a UNS.
Okay.
Yeah. These were like very rough first prototype kind of things that we brought with us. And it was just trying to piece together stuff so that we could reach out a little further and a little further.
Is this something you would keep on your rifle fixed all the time, or very specific?
No, it would be very specific,
Okay.
because you can't shoot someone at 100 meters with that on.
Yeah.
You won't be able to see them.
I've
It's
never.
weird. Yeah.
I don't have any experience with this. Sounds fascinating.
So it's like this prism thing comes, and we're like, what the fuck? And so we're doing workup training. And I told, it's funny, our sergeant major was there and some other guys. And I was like, I promise you, on this roto, we're going to break the world record. So that workup training,
really?
Workup training in Texas. Now, it sounds extremely cocky, I get it. And then my sergeant major's like, what? It's like, I'm telling you, from the last time we were there, I know where we're going. It's like, I promise we will break the world record on this deployment.
Did you know what the record was?
Yeah, it was like 24 something. Like, I can't. There was a Brit guy, I think, that had like 2,400 meters or something.
You don't know him.
No, I don't know.
I would love to get the two of you in here for an episode together, but no shit. So you knew the world record.
Yeah, it was like 2,400, but we were punching past that very consistently with this prism now, and I was like, holy fuck. So that was before we deploy the first, and I think it was just over a 6-month tour, and most of it was just trying to get into that fight in Mosul. We ended up getting into that hotel as an OP, and it was kind of a weird. So the Iraqis were on like floor 3 or 4, and we ended up moving into an OP on the top floor, like floor 9, I think it was. And it was just fucking weeks and weeks and weeks of just watching, just looking and watching and learning the ground. We were waiting for an Iraqi push from the north to start clearing through the city, or the east part of Mosul, and we were going to support that, like perpendicular. So we have high ground, we're perpendicular to the fight. The ground is sloping up and away, so it's like an absolutely perfect scenario for long range sniping. Like,
wow.
You can see splash. You can't spot swirl at that range because the fucking culmination point's so high, but it's just like this setup, we're like, holy fuck. But we were in there for, I think total, we were in there like 50 some days. And it would be not all at once, go like a week, 2 weeks, go back to our bill, regroup. Like, are they going to push? Oh, they might. We'll go back. And it was, I think 52 days. It was around that time that we were.
You guys were going back to the
hotel.
same OP?
Yeah.
That's ballsy.
Yeah.
That's really
well,
ballsy.
for the first long while, all we were doing, like we had a loophole, and we had another squadron that was with us, and we would just be on the glass and then on the thermal at night, and just be gathering information on the town and then calling airstrikes. So like there was nothing coming from that building from us.
Gotcha.
And they were used to getting shot at from the 4th floor. The Iraqis just like,
okay.
whatever. So it wasn't like,
it wasn't just you and
No.
a few guys hanging it out there.
there wasn't a lot of heat. Like it felt pretty safe, man, to be honest. Like we got up to the top floor, cleaned it up, set it up, covered our routes in and out of where we were watching. And it wasn't like the building would take the odd round or mortar, but I think it was more like, let's just keep everyone on the fucking west side on their toes and send something, because there was Iraqis like 5 floors below us. Yeah, so it was just like kind of not mundane, but just like OP routine. Nice, like fucking flip-flops every day, just looking at the spotting scope, listening to podcasts. But what it gave us was a super clear picture of everything in the city. Like everything was lazed. We knew the distance to fucking every building and like the corresponding dope, like, or the elevation holds and stuff to use. So it was like between that and how much we trained with communication between the sniper shooter team, like that's the deadliest combination of sniper skills, I think. Like everyone can learn to shoot a bolt action gun. It's really not that complicated if you have good ammo and a good weapon system. But like the communication and how fast and slick it got is what I think made like, because we supported that Iraqi push for like almost a week, and it was like very effective, but it was because of we knew everything. We're just like the corner of that building. We'd have a name for it. You knew where it was on it. Elevation. Here's your wind call. Send it. We'd be like, as soon as the round lands, if it's not a hit, here's your correction. Send it. And like that support.
Wow.
It was just so. It was so fucking cool to see the culmination of that sniper troop, what we learned in Texas, how much the guys cared and how much they pushed, how much they wanted it to like all come together. And it was like, it was pretty slick at some ranges that were, man, I bet we broke the record between the four of us. The previous one, fucking 5 times that week.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like 2,400. So the longest shot, like the 35-40, the battle kind of came a little bit towards us each day, up to maybe 2,100 meters. So like that week, all the engagements were from 3,540 meters to like $2,000. So there was like a bunch of different shots, but we're like, well, fuck, we're not gonna say now we got second place and third place and fourth place and fifth place because we're like, that was a long shot. We just were stunned, but I'll get into kind of how that was. But it was so, because the tour was kind of slow, and there was one thing that happened that like it almost fucking it like changed my fucking drive. It like kicked me into overdrive. So there was this ISIS fighter that got captured, and they were doing a debrief. I can't remember if it was an intelligence debrief or a reporter or something was talking to him. This goes back to like the human trafficking thing we were talking about downstairs earlier. And he was bragging about having raped like upwards of 200 young girls, because there's a human trafficking sex trade on the battlefield, like the battlefield of Iraq. I remember it being like just so fucking disturbing, but also like next level rocket fuel for what I wanted to do. Like it was, like to me, it's the worst fucking evil there is. Like if you're gonna fight for a cause and you're gonna kill, you're gonna fight another war, you're gonna fight, guys are killing each other in a battle. That happens. It's part of fucking history and everything is. But like that specific, getting that information, every time we fucking killed someone, I was like, that number 200 plus was in my head. I'm like, that's 200 plus less that's going to happen tomorrow, starting today.
Yeah.
And it was like a fucking drive. I was so hungry. And this was like kind of my own internal purpose. I don't know if we talked a little bit about it, and I don't know the drivers of, why everyone's doing it. But for me, I was like, we need to stack these fucking bodies while we have the chance. They're right there. And like, I don't want any of them getting out. Yeah, it was crazy. It's just such an intense driving factor. Like, I don't even know how to explain it.
Well, you just did.
Yeah, like I wanted to be watching all the time. Like, just let no one out alive. Mm-hmm. It's such a fucked up thing.
How did you get access to the interrogation?
Again, it came through intelligence. I think it was actually through the Americans that told us that.
Okay, so you didn't actually see him say.
No. I wasn't like sitting in on the interrogation or debrief. It might have even been a reporter that was talking to him, but we got the information like through the chain of information. But it just fucking fucking enraged me.
It was a profound piece of information.
Absolutely.
That changed the way you operated.
Yeah.
Were you already in that OP when that intelligence came in?
Yeah, we had been in there, man, I don't remember exactly, we were probably in and out for 20 or so days. And then this came, and I was like, I don't even know how I didn't think it was happening, or, you know what I mean? It was not something I considered that was part of it.
Them raping women?
Yeah, like just that there is a human trafficking element on the battlefield, like happening while we were there. And I don't know why I wouldn't assume that. Like, all of the things that I've seen, I think I watched every fucking ISIS video there is, and I'm like, okay, this is evil.
The beheadings,
everything, like
burning kids
all
alive.
of it. Yeah, I'm like
drowning them
all
in
of
cages.
That. Yeah,
all
I'm
that
like,
shit.
I want to know exactly what we're dealing with, and I don't know why I just never thought, I never considered it until that came out, and I was like, fuck. Makes sense, but it's like it's next level. It makes sense.
The raping of women that's what.
Well,
that's what flipped it.
It flipped it because I knew that the way they said it was also like young girls. It's not like there's prostitutes being passed around, which is human trafficking anyway, which would fucking enrage me. But it's next level when it's like
kids,
man. It's fucking kids. Yeah. So it was like next level hunger and just everything. And it was almost back to the first road where I'm like, I don't want to take any time off the scope. And like, we would just do such long shifts of watching just to not miss any of it. Cause I'm like 200 plus. Like, if that's an average, even if it's exaggerated, like, fucked up a lot of people's lives.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. It might not have been 200. Maybe he was bragging, exaggerating, but still.
And that's just one
sure.
fighter.
That's one guy.
Fighter.
That's one guy. So,
do you think that piece of information affected the other operators that you were with as well, as much as it did you, and refocused the entire mission?
I was thinking about that before coming to talk to you, actually, and I realized that I don't know if we really all talked about it in that much depth. Like, we got the information, and I'm sure some guys are like, that's fucked up. It's ISIS. Let's go get them. I just don't know if it sat the same with everybody. I haven't really discussed it, so it might actually be something that I do at one point. But for me, anyway, it was like kicking it into overdrive.
What changed? I mean, what actually changed the next day when you found that out that was different than before? Was it more time on the glass? Were you less lenient with who you're going to kill?
No, it was more time watching, because it's easy to get lulled into like, okay, it's my shift on the glass. Like, fuck it, I haven't seen anything but someone farming for 2 days.
Yeah.
But then it was just like really, really studying the ground. Just took so much responsibility. Like, if I'm watching and I see or something's there and I'm missing it, then that could be more. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think people understand how mundane and how boring sniper operations actually are. Yeah. And I'm not a schoolhouse sniper. I've done a lot of sniper missions, and it's exhausting, and it's boring, and you're out there for a long time for about 30 seconds of excitement.
Yeah, exactly.
But do you want to go into why that job is so mentally exhausting, even though you're just laying there?
Yeah, so it's crazy because it is all mental, like, other than stiffness from just sitting or laying there. We had a loophole, or like an observation hole, really, cut through a wall back in the hotel, so we could, like, our to get into where we were observing from. We actually had two places because we were there, like I was saying, with some of the guys from the squadron, and we would split up arcs, sniper team and squadron guys, and we'd be just like watching, reporting, just seeing what was happening. So lots of times it was just like sitting there, just staring through a scope. Now it's tiring for a whole bunch of different reasons. One, it can be very boring. Like the excitement of a new OP wears off when nothing happens for days quite quickly. And then there's eye strain with just looking through optics all the time. Like you're looking through a spotting scope because of the distance we were, like for hours and hours and hours, and then you're like switching eyes, and this one's all fucking blurry. You're like trying to, you just, it's tiring on your eyes, and tiring mentally to try and stay focused for that long, you know, days and days, and you're rotating in, you go back, like, have a coffee and fucking a bite to eat or whatever, and then switch back, and you're back on the scope. And like I said, it wasn't supposed to go the 50 some days that we were there. Every time we went, it was like, oh, this is the time. Like, the Iraqis are ready to push, and then it just wouldn't happen for some reason. I'd be like, okay. And then it'd be 4 days of just watching people come out and farm, go back in. There was some drop, like airstrikes, that kept it a little bit interesting from time to time.
What were some of the things you guys were seeing? So, I mean, just to paint this into a perspective, like if anybody's deer hunted, it's that boring, but you have to be more attentive because you're not just waiting for a deer to come out. There's already hundreds of deer out.
Yeah.
And you're waiting for this specific one. So you have to be on top of your game at all times,
Yeah.
or you're going to miss the one.
You're going to miss your
You know, and so it's not like you're just waiting for some movement.
Yeah.
You have to really be
and
paying
there's
attention.
tons of movement too, so you have to decipher. It's a city on the other side. So like we would see people come from this house, go farm, go back, drive around. Then you would see like an armed person. You're like, oh, that could be a fighter. And then just the day-to-day life, because ISIS was running around all over the place. Like they had their flags up in certain buildings. They were moving around, but it's just like it's mixed in a fucking city. So trying to decipher that, and then really, again, the responsibility is on, if you're fucking calling a bomb on something, like that's a lot of responsibility because there's you from every angle that you can see, and time and movement, who's coming in and out. Like you're having to give an assessment that there's no civilians in there. Like there's, you know, because you have to be as sure as you can be that it's just ISIS in there.
What are some activities that you guys would witness that would render a cleared hot?
Well, it would be places that we just see fighters going in and out of constantly. But then you would have to see no civilian movement. And I can't remember what it was, but it was like a certain time period. And there's a bunch of categories of targets, which I also don't remember. But there was like a bunch of criteria. And then there was your own, like, I want to be fucking sure. Do you know what I mean? So you're like,
I guess
you
what I'm
just give
asking
it that.
is, how would you differentiate? I mean, if you're looking at, you're saying a minimum of 2,000 meters.
Yeah.
You know, and so what is it that these guys had that identified them as an ISIS fighter rather than a farmer?
Oh, they open carried.
So anybody with a weapon?
Oh yeah. Well, it was also, it's hard to explain. I can show you some pictures, but like it was so different, and it was interesting to see the people who live there, and when there would be movement, like so when the Iraqis started pushing, or days before, like when things were building, you would see them come into a part of town and just be fucking villainous. Like they're tacked up, like they have fighting gear and stuff, trucks with guns or whatever, but like they would just, it was so obvious to see the demeanor of them coming in, taking over houses, like building up defensive positions and stuff like that. Like you'd be like, I know that this family comes out of this house every day, goes to the field. There's a woman, a man, you know, they have some kids. And then it's like that house, you witness it being like taken, boarded up, like fucking scram. We're using this now. Like, and yeah, it was like cartoon character villains. Like you would just see it come, and you're like, it was so easy to distinguish that, other than, you know, they were carrying guns and shit, but like I think even without that, because sometimes there would be people, I'm like, that guy is a fighter for sure. Just how he was acting, or you could tell. Now, I'm not going to take that risk with a shot until he's armed, but like, you can tell. We've been watching this village. So it was like, the edge of the river was all farming, basically. And it pushed back to like, the town would start, and it was almost like a village, and Mosul was in, and the city center was kind of off and down to our left as we were looking at it. So it was like farming into a village, into the city. We're looking at these people every day, all day, and we're like, you kind of know even who's coming in and out and around. But like when the ISIS guys would roll in, it was just like, just so fucking villains. It was crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When is the? It may have been this. It may have been the world record shot, but when is the first time that you got immediate feedback from somebody that you killed? Meaning you saw them hit.
That was that one. Well, no, but I was a spotter on this shot.
Okay.
So there's something about this shot that like, it's interesting because the news got it wrong. Anything that's out there got it completely wrong. Sniping is very much a team sport. We had shooters set up. So, sorry, I'll back up a bit. Once the push actually happened of the Iraqis pushing from the north-south to try and get ISIS kind of out the south end of the city, but really it ended up being very concentrated in like the city center. When that started, it was like you're just watching a battle. There's like Humvees, they're fucking sending V-bids. There's like everything they have. There's choppers, there's fucking soldiers on the street. So we're perpendicular watching this fight happen in front of us. So when that started, we came like from behind the little opening, and we set up like on these big tables, like still sucked in a little bit to the window, but like we were in a fight. We weren't so concerned being 3.5 kilometers away that they're gonna be like taking fire from Iraqis and be like, oh, maybe someone's over there. It's just it appeared to be very confusing for them. So the first day they started pushing, it was still a little bit out of range for us. We sent some rounds at V-bids that were like, because we would hear over like, what's it called, like ICOM chatter, that they're doing it. We're seeing, I can't remember if it was live or like the same day, like videos they were posting about it, and you'd see it drive down, and these fucking V-bid, like vehicle-borne IED explosions were insane. Like none of the airstrikes compare to these things going off.
Oh, okay.
Fucking shake everything. We're 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers away. It's just like everything, boom.
Damn.
Crazy huge explosion. So there was a couple of rounds fired at these guys, like, because we knew that like we could see them. They're trying to get to where the Iraqis are as close as possible and set these things off. So we're like, maybe this API round will get it early or whatever. It was that was like 4K away. That was like getting up the hill. So it was probably just around 4 kilometers. It was getting really hard to see where those like the corrections would be given. I think it was the second day. So the fighting was an interesting like time frame. It would be super early morning till like lunchtime, and then it would just like die right down. Just after lunch maybe. So that day started the routine of like our sniper team, both teams would be up on the guns on the glass super early, like 4 o'clock in the morning. At 1 o'clock, we'd almost go back to like OP routine, like switching through watching. It took a couple days to figure that out, but it was just, I found it strange that I'm like, we're just stopping like after lunchtime, like, and everyone.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a little bits of movement here and there, but I'm like, it was weird.
It jibes. I interviewed another guy who was there around that time frame. He actually painted these.
Okay.
He was at SEAL JTech, and he said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That morning, it was hot, and then Boom, nothing.
Yeah, and so we would get like, we would either be ready to go or someone would come wake us up. Like, they're moving, and the sniper would just get on the guns and start going. So VBIT's far out. The fight sort of started angling towards us, and one of the guys, so there's 2 teams and we rotated. So my buddy was on the gun. I was spotting. Our TL was spotting on the gun. Hit a guy with a ricochet at like, I don't know, probably around 35, 3600. And we're like, holy shit. Like, we're trying to guide the fight with sniper fire. We're thinking we can hit these guys. Like, these guns are accurate. We're on everything. We know all the fucking ranges and all the dope. Like, this is like the pinnacle of all the things we've been ready for. But the first time, like, you see someone get hit at 35, whatever it was. I don't know the exact range of that one. We're like, fucking crazy. A ricochet, like, hit the guy in the leg. They had these motorbikes that went around the fucking battlefield picking up their injured and, like, bringing them back somewhere. Like, wow. And it just kind of started creeping forward. And so for the longest confirmed shot, that was, oh man, I want to say it was like mid-morning, the second day of the push, maybe. There was a building some fighters retreated to. So the Iraqis were pushing. You could see them. You could see ISIS firing. A couple sniper rounds. They ran into this building. We'd see no civilian movement there at all. Like, I don't even think ever in that whole thing. So there's like 3 or 4 guys in there. We called an airstrike, and it was like a dud. It was just like, I can't remember what you call it, but like fuck all happened. We're like, well, but then this fighter out of the second story starts lowering his assault vest and his AK, and I saw it, and I was like, okay, corner of, I can't even remember what we were calling it. I'm like, guys there, simultaneously telling the same thing. Like, the guy's coming out, there he is, here's your dope, wing call, send it. And it's like just under 10-second flight time.
10 seconds?
Yeah, it's like 9 point something flight time.
You guys have this calculated out? You know how long it's going to take to get there?
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's 3 of them. There's 4 of them. Yes! Yes! Fucking right. Did he kill him? Yep.
Well, you have to.
Yeah, I'm not a sniper.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, sorry. You know? Yeah, like, time of flight is super important because it gives you a lead if someone's moving. It gives you, like, is it even, like, if a guy's running, you're like, it's useless to shoot him. If 10 seconds later he's fucking fast, 80 meters down the road.
I've never shot at anything that it took 10 seconds for my bullet to get there.
Fucking me neither.
Forgive me, I'm a little out of the loop on this.
Yeah, so 10 seconds, and the rounds were like, so it's crazy because the news reports like the shooter from JTF2 broke the world, blah, 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 blah. But it was essentially a sniper team SIMO. We don't know whose round it was.
Are you shitting me?
We don't know whose round it was. There's one that hits the guy, and I'll show you the video after, and one that lands probably like a quarter of a mil to the left. So like, just for people that don't understand, just like if all things are equal, the trigger pull, the wind, your hold, everything is equal. The guns are exactly as dialed in. Just ammo variance at that range will fucking put around a meter that way, 2 meters that way. Like, just literally the feet per second that it burns at coming out. Like, so one hit, one landed right beside. They were like, fucking hit. Like, god damn it. And
what did he do? What did the guy do? Did he fall down?
Oh yeah, he's fucking dead as shit. Like, it's
you
50
hit him in
cal.
the leg.
No. This one went right through. Like, he was bending over to pick up his gun, and like went through his side, kind of his back, and he just fell, rolled down a hill, and he stayed there for weeks.
Should you guys give him a name?
No, but we got ripped out. Just to fast forward ahead, that's how I knew he was there for weeks. Eventually, that push ended, and the next team went over to West Mosul, and then like I got a message. They're like, "Your buddy's still laying on fucking in the dirt." Yeah, so it was a Simo sniper shot.
10 seconds.
10-second flight time. And
Hold on. What was that 10 seconds like?
Well, because we had been engaging, so there's a lot of questions like, was it a first round hit? And I'm like, well, technically sort of, but we had already been engaging to like some really close shots. We're like, fuck, and we were just trying to support in a way that if someone is in like an advantageous shooting position against an Iraqi, like he's gonna get the fuck out of there if there's a sniper oncoming. And obviously we want to hit him, but like the range is tough. We had been engaging. So
You're
like,
able to influence the battlefield from where you're at by taking shots.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
they know they're getting shot at.
Yeah.
Whether it's going to kill them or not, it's effective fire.
Yeah.
So it's going to influence their position.
Yeah,
is what you're
exactly.
saying.
So that was kind of, no, I had made a promise that we were going to break the record anyway, so I was really hoping for it. But that's what we were doing. So if I was like, was it a first round hit at 35-40? It'd be like, that's impossible. Yes, no, maybe. And like, it was for whoever fucking got it, but it was one of the two guys. So it was, we just really like, and it's such a team sport that people don't understand. I think a lot of, and like I was saying, the most effective fucking teams I've ever seen is because of communication being slick. Like, you're not questioning, oh, but what do you think we should, like, it's like shooter spotter, and you have words that are back and forth. Like, here's your target, here's your dope, here's a wind call. The guy's like, I'm ready to fire, stand by. And you don't even say I'm ready to fire. It's like, stand by. That means I'm ready to watch right now. Send it. And then fucking 10 seconds later, in this particular case. So that happens. We're like, goddamn. The craziest part, well, a crazy part is, and I'll show you the video again after this. 4 guys now are squirt, like they're running across this field to get, they don't know where the fire's coming from. It's fucking forever away. And there was like a corner at the alley. Oh, I called it the alley. And there was like 1 guy stacked, 2 guys stacked. And there was 4 of them headed there. So I'm like, done with the celebrating. I'm like, new target, go to the alley. Here's your dope, here's your wind call. Fucking send it when you're ready. Got on. There's 4 guys stacked on the corner. The round hits and I see a splash. Like, in the scope and on the video, you'll see what I mean. I was like, did we just get a triple kill? Like,
no
what
way.
the fuck? All 4 guys dropped, and there's this huge 50 splash behind them. I was like literally, they're stacked really close on this alley corner. The round hits, all 4 of them hit the ground. I was like, what the fuck? They all got up, all 4 of them, dazed, run across the alleyway. I was like, because we lazed that after, and it was just barely closer. It would have been like 29 plus, like 29.50, something like that, range-wise. And it was like real close to being a double kill. I wouldn't even know what to call. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? But that was crazy, yeah. So that was kind of how it was, and the fight just moved closer to us. And we were switching on and off on the gun. Because, like, I don't know how much you shot the 50.
Not much.
If ever. But, like, that motherfucker kicks. It's a huge factor, and I think why so many guys have, like, TBI issues now. But we would go, like, that, the supporting that push for a week was, like, we're firing a lot of rounds. We'd, like, the end of the day just be in, like, the room, like, looking at each other, like, brain dead. Like, I don't know what I'm going to say. And, like, all of us were like, you feeling this too? Oh, yeah. But in that scenario, like, that's not going to stop you from shooting the next day when it's time to go. So, yeah, we just rotated through shooting, spotting. And it was, like, 2 days later, that I had a real good finally, and I'd spotted for Scotty a few that were like fucking epic shots. Like there was a sniper team actually that was trying to stalk one of the squadron guys. Pointed, he's like, "Hey, watch this truck trailer out here." This would have probably been around 23. I think it was like 2,300 meters, something like that. And underneath, I could just see silhouetted what looked like a sniper team, slowly moving, looked like shooter spotted, like you can see the silhouette. And then I saw the silhouette, like from truck trailer, there was kind of grass behind them. I saw them put the rifle down. I was like, God damn. And it's like, we're fucking trying to get sniped right now. So I got Scotty on, sent it. It missed, it was wind call about a mil to the right, I think. Quick correction, and it fucking went through the face of the fucking shooter, I think. Like from what I could see, it's a 50 round. So you just see this body come up. And the guy, the spotter, I'm assuming, I could see its silhouette. He's pulling on the rifle to try and get it, but he must have had it slung or something or fell over top. And then he's like, fuck this. And he just ran, like, alley 1, alley 2, alley 3. And I was like, I was trying to get him to lead the next alley. It didn't work out, but ended up being chatter about, like, no more sniper movement in the daytime, like, from ISIS. Yeah, so that one would have been even up there with some of the longer shots. And that was a 2-round hit.
Wow.
But that's because now the shooter and spotter can communicate off the same target. Like this prism, what we had trained before, all the work, the fucking history of the troop had done to like get us pushed into these ranges. And it was like, it was pretty slick.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
So what? So you had immediate targets right after the record was broken.
It was still going, like I can't remember what time it happened. It was mid-morning, and the fight kept going till 1 in the afternoon and died down. And the Iraqis pushed a little bit more, so it was kind of getting a little bit closer to us, but now kind of, instead of directly in front of us, a little bit off to our left. And it just, like the next morning again, up super early. Now the targets were probably between 2,000 and 2,500 meters. And this is where I got some like good feeling. Okay, now no one went to see if the body was still there and stuff like that, but there was some engagements. That one particular at this, like, it was some kind of rally point or something for them, because there was a lot of fighters we were seeing go into this building, come out into this building. So we're watching it. We're like, it's like getting the criteria so that if we're going to drop on it, it's not, there's no collateral damage, or at least like to our best estimate that we can possibly give. But there was one guy like standing, they kept coming in and out, and I was on the gun, we're shooting, and they're like, but they don't know where it's coming from, because it is still a long ways away. And they're like, the Iraqis are fighting them, but we're like now way off to their flank. He was standing in the kitchen window, I put it around, like, to me, I was on the gun, on the scope. I was like, hit. It just looked like it went right, like through his soul, man. I don't know. But it was, then everyone, I think we counted, there was like 10 guys that ran like into that same doorway and rallied kind of in this kitchen. We just kept hammering them until the bomb came and we dropped it. And there was, I think there was 10 guys that we counted in there at that time.
Oh.
And I was like, that's fucking 2,000 young girls that are not going to be raped anymore by these motherfuckers.
Good for you.
Or like, that's how my mind was working at the time. I'm like, it's crazy. And you asked about the other, like human shields. We saw that as the fight progressed. There was a big alleyway that there was a lot of movement in, and they would sometimes be like, no gun, or carry it under a blanket, and just like, if you're not sure, we wouldn't shoot, obviously. But then once it started heating up in the fight, you would see, I'm like, okay, door cracks, and like a woman's coming out. I'm like, what the fuck? And a guy like, boom, push, run across the alleyway. Like, you fucking cowards. Yeah.
Do you guys see a lot of that?
Oh yeah. When it was like, like I was saying, when you notice it's like these villains moving into town, man, and you would see people getting bullied, human shields, like.
Did you see human shields get shot?
No.
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 What would they do? You know, if they push the woman out, is that woman? I mean, where'd she go?
Oh, you would just see her like scurry back in or try to run down the alley, like because they're taking over their houses for a brief period of a fight sometimes, and if they could advance, take over a house, build up a small fighting position, and try and use it. But yeah, it would just like whatever was within reach because they know we're not gonna fucking shoot them. If there's a person, an unarmed civilian in front of them.
Yeah.
It's just. Yeah, it's fucking.
At what point did you realize, holy shit, you know, we just set the record?
Well, we realized it there. What we didn't know is the squadron that we were with, they were filming like that day as they were watching. They're like zooming in with this camera that was like this crazy fucking optical and digital zoom. So like at the end, we're like, he's like, oh man, I got all this shit on fucking tape. And so the TL was like, okay, give us the cards. And like, we're in the room. We're like, holy fuck, man, did that just happen today? Like, this was in the evening. And watch it again and again. We're like, this is crazy. But like there's no way to know whose round it was.
Damn.
So this, like, I found it funny, like, the way the news put it out. We're like, well, we're not going to talk about it now, but now that I'm retired, I'm like, it's a crazy thing. But I was happy almost because it's like it's shared in a team sense. You know what I mean?
No, I think that's awesome.
It's pretty cool. It's just a
lot of people don't realize, you know, it's. I mean, we realize it, but a lot of, you know, civilians who've never been in that type of environment or done that kind of work, you know, people don't realize how much of a team.
Oh yeah, well, and the whole OP was running.
Takes to be able to do
the whole
that.
OP was running as a huge team with. It wasn't just snipers, like the squadron guys, JTF, like the interpreters we had working with us. Like it was, it's a big fucking team that in that particular time like made it such a successful OP or support operation, I guess is what it turned into.
When did you guys find out that it was on the news?
That was stupid. They put it out early. We had handed over, so we were still occupying that OP when it was out in the news.
That's insane to me.
To me, is fucking insane. Also,
was it same day?
No. It was a little bit. It was a little bit after. So that day, the information kind of got back, and then kind of went up the chain of command. And I think it's a bit of an old school thing, but we had like the CO come out and kind of confirm the kill, which is interesting. I'm like, I think that what it used to be, confirmed or unconfirmed kind of thing. It was some. But I was like, this is also kind of weird. But so that came out, got pushed up the chain of command, and then they're like, we're gonna release the story. We were doing a handover with the next crew coming, still using this OP because like there was a lot of space left, arcs wise, to observe, to support the fight that was happening. But it went out in the news, and like, I mean, it's pretty obvious from that battlefield that like, if you see that in the news, where was this coming from? It's probably that fucking big building right there. So they started taking fire and mortars that were not normally happening, and had to pull out of that OP quite quickly. I just think it was like, it's so fucking irresponsible.
I'll bet you guys
Like,
were pissed.
That quick,
It put you and your team at risk, very high risk.
Well, and it's.
And two, just think how many more guys you could have killed.
That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
how many more kids you would have
Luckily,
saved from getting raped.
Luckily, that team was an aggressive team, and it was so my first TL, my brother-in-law, was the TL of that team. And they just moved a little bit south out of that building, and they did some very good work also. So
Were you with them?
no. This was after the handover. So we did a handover of like what we were up to, showed them the OP we had, other OP positions we had recce'd. And then we left. That was the end of our tour. And they continued the fight into like the city center of West Mosul.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, I'd like to talk about your first kill when you were the guy on the trigger on the gun. Sounds good?
What's going on, Patreon? Join me on Vigilance Elite Patreon for a live video teleconference.
All right, Dallas. We had a nice break there.
Yeah.
Let's pick up. We talked about how frustrated you were after that first deployment. We talked about the world record. We didn't talk about the first time that you got a kill behind the rifle as a sniper.
Yeah, so that, again, everything before, I'm like, maybe not, but like, it's not, I hate to use the word satisfying, but it's satisfying. Like, it's like, did it work? I don't fucking know.
It's immediate feedback.
That's the thing. So
Never
like,
received. It's like hitting a piece of steel. You hear the ding.
yeah. So the ding of it, that literally didn't happen until almost the end of that roto, where I had and it was in the fight I was just talking about, but it was like a bunch of times again, the guy's not shooting anymore from this window. Did he run away? Did I hit him? Is his body in there? Who knows? And there's a lot of that. It's fucking frustrating. So yeah, the first time I would say, and even this one, so I'm going to tell you, but I'm still not satisfied to like the fullest capacity. Because the shot went into a building. Now, spotter says hit. I recall seeing a fucking good hit. But even then, I'm like, what happened on the other side of that wall? Is his body laying there? Is he gone? So it was satisfying. There was a certain level of satisfaction everywhere, and because of the driving factor, I was saying, like, I don't care if I just called an airstrike or we did it as a team. Like, every fighter now was like a new level of satisfaction. Mm-hmm. But there is a different level of satisfaction that comes with having trained so much, having prepared so much. And everybody that I know, including myself, snipers specifically, want to get a clear sniper, shot, dead, he's there, next target. CQB long gun. You want to have a hit that's like, I came in the room, shoot, he's down, there, maybe Badger check, good. Pistol, you want it. And I'm like, part of me is a little sad because like, I had a great time in my career, but like the satisfaction that I anticipated from these situations it was never to the fullest level.
Okay.
Now this shot, I was like, I'm pretty fucking certain that on the other side of that room, or that other side of that kitchen window, he didn't get out of there. Well, I know he didn't get out because we dropped the bomb on it after anyway, but that was the most satisfying sniper shot.
Really?
That I took. Oh, for sure. Because it was the most clear. Everything else, there was a level of uncertainty with hits. And some of them were like thermal hit, but it's fucking far away too. And you're like, I don't know. Like,
it's not the same when it's on thermal.
It's not the same at all. It's more like a video game. So yeah, I've almost like deked and dodged the full level of satisfaction. And I don't know if it would have even made a huge difference, because then I would have wanted an M4 kill in the CQB scenario. And then after that, or a few of those, I would have wanted a fucking pistol kill. And it probably seems crazy to some people hearing that, but it's like practicing and practicing and practicing a sport like hockey on never playing a game, scoring a goal or something, you know, like it's the same. And you put in so much time and effort and passion and fucking time away from family and all of these things to focus on something like this. And then
it only sounds bad today because of this new narrative that's pushing
you're
out.
Right.
Everybody
it's
that
not
joins
surprised
the military
that a
that wants to
warfighter
go
wants
to
to fucking kill a bad guy.
That goes to a special operations unit, wants to fucking put bad people in the dirt.
Yeah.
End of story.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's now with these new stipulations that are put on society.
Yeah.
It's bad guys are people too.
Yeah.
You know, no, they're not.
No, and I'm proud of all of it, and I'm proud of I'm not proud of having wanted that either. It kept a drive and a hunger all the time. Like, you're not satisfied, I'm not done. I'm not satisfied, I'm not done. Yeah, so even my most satisfying sniper shot is like, I never got to go and see the guy or whatever, you know?
Well, let's talk about it though.
Yeah,
You know,
so
let's talk about the experience.
So this was, the fight was pushing a little bit south towards downtown Mosul, like old city center. And there was a house, and it was like we called it Pink House. It was like a pink color. But they were using it. We saw a lot of guys going in and out as like some kind of rally point or something. There'd be like 4 or 5 hanging out outside. They would go out somewhere, come out, get on a motorbike and rip off. And like, and there was the push, because we were trying to mostly support the front, the closest threats to the Iraqis that were trying to clear the town. So we're like, okay, there is movement here. Like mark that and continue this. But when it was starting to get in that range, I was on the gun, and there's a dude, and I just remember how he looked like. Again, it's like this villainous character. He had like a black tack vest on, gun, and he was coming in and out, and we sent a round or two. I think he was on the other gun, and 3 or 4 guys went in, and there was already, we'd counted 4 to 5, and we thought that there was around 10 in there, but I could see him like in a big frame window, like almost off a back kind of patio thing, through what it looked almost like a kitchen window, and he was like looking, because again, it's a confusing space, I would imagine, to be in. Where the fuck are these rounds coming from? And I got one that went right through the window, and I was sitting right through his chest. There's a 50 cal. So then when it broke, he dropped, and then we just kept sending rounds through that window until the bomb dropped and we collapsed the whole thing. So what happened inside this kitchen, I don't fucking know, but it felt pretty good at the time to like get that.
I mean, it sounds like,
and
you
hearing
know, a 50 cal round went through his chest.
Well, yeah, and hearing like hit, I'm like, oh, thank fuck.
Damn.
Like, yeah, it's a crazy game, or it's a crazy thing to try to explain, like how, unless it's close, unless you're shooting fucking 500, 600, 700 meters or an in, a lot of times you're like, effective sniper fire got some type of job done, like the machine gun's not shooting anymore, or you know, like I was saying before, like wrangling people to a certain place to use something bigger or more effective. Yeah.
I mean, did that, even though it was, you know, that far distance, did that affect you at all? Like seeing it happen, not wondering?
Like in which way do you mean?
I mean, did it affect you mentally? Did it bother you that you?
No, oh fuck no.
That you saw it?
I was happy. It affected me in a positive way.
Okay.
I think, and even looking back at, we can kind of get into it a little bit after or whatever, but like struggles of this type of career. No, every single person that I think I killed or did or made the actual call to drop the bomb on top of their head, I was happy about.
Yeah.
I leave happy and proud about that.
So on that was your second rotation to Iraq, correct?
Yeah.
Wrapping that deployment up, before we do wrap it up, is there anything that we're missing that you want to bring up?
I think something that, and I touched on it or I talked about it, but changing the way I saw stuff was like this human trafficking aspect to war, to like conflict, like actual happening conflicts. I'd heard, I think it was through an interpreter telling me or something, that the Iraqis are doing the same thing. That they would bring like these young girls around, and now ages, I don't know, but 2 different positions that Iraqis are taking so that like the guys down there could have their relief and then get back to fighting.
Damn.
There's a human trafficking ring. So this is fucking people that are in the same building in some cases. And it's just like attempting to wrap your head around that now. Because you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, because you're supporting this against an evil, right? But if the same thing is happening, so I started, there was a rumor that like this was going to happen while we were there. It was like a Thursday or something. They were like gonna have a party, and I did hear that like the volume of whatever was happening down there, like they got wild.
In the same building?
In the same building. So like the hotel inside was empty. Mm-hmm. Like the floors went around and you could see down all the way to the lobby. But they were like 5 floors down. So we could hear. And I was like, no. I just stopped. Then the fight wasn't going on at this point, like the actual push. Well, like I didn't take my OP shift looking forward that night. And I looked out the back of the building all night to see. I was like, if there's a sign that any of that is happening, that I see someone coming in, if I see a fucking sniff of it, and I told this to my buddy, and I stayed like I showed you that video, flip flops most of the time in this fucking OP when I was on the gun or not, but this one I was like, I stayed in all my kit. I was like, if I see this, I'm going down there and I'm killing everybody on that floor. And it was like, he was like, man, I was like, will you come down? Like, will you have I'm going down. He's like, well, I'll fucking come with you. And it was such a crazy, like, internal battle. Because you can imagine the shitstorm. Like, Can you fucking imagine what would happen if I had seen that and gone down, dealt with it? Like, I can't even fucking imagine. Like, a whole, like, politically, strategically, all of these different things. I don't even know what would happen to me. I don't
You know what the least important thing would have been in that scenario?
All of that.
In the eyes of the government? Those kids.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Would have been the least important
That's right.
piece in that scenario would have been the kids that were fucking raped.
And to me,
that's the society we live in now.
The least important thing to me would have been what the fucking backlash was.
Yeah.
So it was crazy. It was such an emotional night, man. I was just like, I was ready to go, and I was watching out the back, and I never saw anything. I kept like over the balcony, out the back, over the balcony, out the back. There's zero fucking chance I would have been able to be somewhere, zero chance, where that was happening, and not give it my full maximum amount of aggression to fucking try and do something about it.
Yeah.
It never happened, so I don't even know if it sits at a rumor, but like, it just, again, it was another thing that blew my fucking mind, like, that I never even considered this part of a fucking battle space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you think about it with war-torn countries, you know, and refugee camps and all these things, people are very susceptible to being, you know, kidnapped into that market, but I just never thought about it.
Yeah.
Being part of an ongoing fucking, like, war. Fuck.
I mean, it's unfortunately, it's very common, over there even with, just like you're saying, even with the good guys.
Yeah.
Supposed good guys. But I mean, I think that's just the Middle East,
Yeah. Yeah.
Afghans rape little boys,
Yeah.
T-boys, it
Absolutely.
happens all the time. I mean, it's an accepted part of their culture.
Yeah.
It's really a tough pill to swallow, but
Yeah. Well, and I had a personal, because I heard the same stories from Afghanistan and guys, and I was like, I have my own personal line in the sand. If I see that, I'm fucking shooting somebody. I don't care what
Yeah.
part of your culture it is. I'm gonna fucking shoot you if I have the capability to do so. There's no way I'm gonna go home. That would be something that would weigh heavily on me. After,
yeah.
like, I didn't do something in that scenario. That's so, yeah. That was I went over there with that line in the sand for sure. But fuck, man, I didn't expect to hear it be the way it was. Almost,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I gotta introduce you to my buddy Matt Murphy. He's running that Operation Light Shine that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
Earlier, and they're making some big waves in combating sex trafficking
I would love to in any way support that.
all over. Yeah. He's right here in Nashville, so I'd be happy to connect you.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
But damn. Well, let's wrap that deployment up then.
Okay.
And get into
So, yeah, all of that, the big, and this was literally like, this is the fucking best time of my career. This is like the pinnacle of my career, was that deployment and that week specifically. And it was only like a week long, I think. And then the fight had kind of pushed past and it slowed down. I think it was because it was getting towards where it was really, really congested, old city Mosul. But we did a handover anyway, like I was saying. The next team came in, and we fucked off, came back home. And I was in communications a little bit, because it was like I was saying, it was my brother-in-law was the next sniper TL that went in, and they were really getting after it. As it was like the range too, I think, got closer from some of the OPs that they were describing to like where Old City was. So I was happy to hear that it was still going. But yeah, it was 6 months, I think we were there, and like 5.7 of the months were like not crazy exciting.
Yeah.
Just really trying to get up to, and it was our team leader, our sniper team leader, that was like so dialed in on wanting to get to this hotel, that he stayed fucking focused, and we just tried to support as much as we could in any way to do it, and he got us there, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So that was the end of that tour. It was 2016 into 2017. And just in between, I did some other training and did like our dive course and our climbing stuff. And I didn't go back till 2018.
Okay. What's your home life?
Home life,
at this
there was
point,
a transition. So I was married when I got to the unit. Oh God, I should know this date for sure. 2008, we got married, and this was like my ex, who I had been with from getting into the Army, like knowing about I want to go to JTF2. It's pretty young, I think, 20, 21 or something, when we were like starting to settle in together. So 2008 we got married. I would have been roughly 24, something like that. Going to the unit, and man, I was fucking full on. Like, it's crazy so you go into a place like this, and I know that it's kind of around the community, like everything takes second seat. Maybe not for 100% of the people, but for me, being a young man, and like the entire want, the entire like drive to go to the unit, like after reflection, it's like it was such a like an ego filled, and it's like a young man wanting to know. Actually, I heard one of your guests say this, and he was saying like, am I enough? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we're men in this planet. Like, am I enough? Like, am I good enough for whatever this life is? Mm-hmm. And you're like, I gotta fucking prove it somehow. So I think that's what really hooked me when I first heard about JTF2. I was like, holy shit, that's a way to prove to myself, to everybody else, that I'm enough. That I'm like, I'm strong enough, I'm man enough. And it was when I got that laser beam focus, man, every course, every deployment, every task, I was like, send me, I wanna go, send me. Work early, like work late. And it was just like, it strains so much on a relationship. It's such a formative time. I mean, for women too, I assume, but for a man to be like, this is the man I'm becoming, and your focus is on something like killing people. The focus isn't on like, do I have good communication with my wife? Am I, like, and we're just like growing into these different people in times when we're growing into the people we're going to be. And it was like every long trip, every deployment, it was just like we were growing in different directions. We had 2 boys. As I was saying, one's 15 and one's 14 now. And it was like we were there to co-parent. And then I'll be like, and now I'm going. And some of the longer ones, like Afghanistan, I think it was 8 months or 8.5, whatever it was long. And this was like before fucking FaceTime. So like my kids are young. I'm calling on the fucking phone, a sat phone or whatever, like once a week. You're just like, you're growing into different people. Mm-hmm. And it was selfish. Like the task, not the task, but my own mission to get to JTF2. I want to be the fucking best assaulter that there ever was. And everyone has that same, it's like the crazy competitiveness of the thing. You're like, I can't do that if I'm rushing home to like get the kids out of daycare, or like I can't do that if I'm there to make dinner every night. I got to be on the range, all these things. And it was just such a focus of fucking young man ego and selfishness almost, like if I was a 40-year-old, like I'm turning 40 in April, if that was now me being an assaulter, I'd be like, no, man, there's some balance here. Like, I'm going to keep sharp. Yes, I want to go kill. But, like, the most important thing in the whole fucking universe is your family and your friends. Like, I 100%, my whole... That's just... There's nothing more important. So, it took, like... I mean, the whole path of my life to realize that. But it's crazy how it goes when you're a young dude and that you want it so badly that you're like, everything else comes second sort of thing. Yeah. And now that I'm out, I'm like, I'm trying so hard to just let... Well, my boys, and now we have a young daughter, so I'm with her every day, kind of thing. But just let them show them that, like I'm here. I'm not going on deployments. My focus is like, this is important. What you're doing is important.
You didn't come to that realization until recently, after your separation.
Yeah, it was it was even down the road from that. Like, we separated, and I was still like, go, and I always. I really tried to, at least out of any relationship, keep it good with my boys, because it was very important to me. And I didn't actually even want to have any more kids for the longest time. But they moved back to Alberta, a small town, where like the area we grew up, small town, because I was gone all the time. And she's like, well, the fuck am I going to stay here for? Who her family was, support was. And I would deploy, train, and fly back. And like I was looking back at the calendar, like every month, I flew out to Alberta, back every month that I wasn't gone or deployed. Because I was like, that was important. Like I don't want to, now that, you know, all the other relationships in my life are taking a back seat, I don't want my boys to feel like they're taking a back seat. Now, might be conversations as they age that we'll have to have, and feelings that they may have had while I was deployed or gone. But I intentionally try to just make sure that they know how fucking important they are to me. But yeah, so they moved.
That's great advice for anybody, you know.
Well, it's
really good advice for guys that are still in.
yeah, like just fucking.
It's not even advice. It's just.
It's a
It's
lesson.
the way you experienced it, and it's going to help a lot of people that are in right now.
Yeah, like there's a balance, and there's a balance in everything. You can be too aggressive, you can be too compassionate. Like there's a balance, and in life, it's just I think like figure out what the fuck your own personal priorities are, and then find a way to balance all the other ones, responsibilities and other things. But yeah, so they moved back, and she's like my boys are fucking incredible, man. Like someday when we're down here, you'll have to meet them. Just like great athletes, amazing head on their shoulders. Like as co-parents, I'm super happy that like she's their mother, and such an amazing job. As I was gone all over the place, you know, and a lot of the character comes from, you know, both of our opinions on parenting, but like the day-to-day load, that was not me. And there's like, I don't know, it's easy to justify importance. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're serving and you're like, okay, I'm leaving my family for 6 months, 8 months, another month, another week. You're like, well, this is very important. Like this purpose, whatever it is. And most of it, after assessing, honestly, is just fucking ego. But there is also, so shift came. When I joined, it was like, can I prove that I'm enough? Can I, like, to everyone. Now I'm here, I want to prove that I'm the best in this debt. I want to prove that I'm the best in this squad. I want to, like, that was the driving factor all the time. It was that and, like, a sense of adventure. And then it started changing to, like I was saying, when I was hearing some of these things and seeing the result of, like, what our job is, it was now, and again, I don't know if I just attached to this so that I could justify continuing to leave, but it was like a bigger purpose now. Like, this was fucking helping people. Killing people was helping other people. And especially after hearing about, like, the trafficking stuff, I'm like, in a big way. I'm like, just fucking get me back on the ground with a gun and fucking air support if I can get it, and let us kill as many people as we can, because fuck, it's just heartbreaking. And like, I have a young daughter now, and I cannot imagine, like,
yeah, if that happened.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know. Like, just to think about it is like, and families went through this, hundreds and thousands of them.
Yeah.
And like, so.
It's
yeah,
like I said before, there are 366 million videos of children being raped in circulation just in the U.S. alone. That's more than one video per person that lives in this country.
Fuck, man.
That's what we're up against.
And when you say we're up against, you're fucking right. Like, it's in society, for fuck's sakes, it's trying to almost, it seems like it's trying to be normalized, accepted. Like, from my other, like, I live in another country, but looking down on a court case of something like, I don't know if you want to go into this or edit it out, but like Epstein, and there's like, there are fucking clients to these convicted criminals, and they're not,
They're not releasing the list.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? How the
know.
fuck do I live in like a world where that's like it fucking blows my mind. It blows my mind.
It blows my mind too, man.
It's like if I wanted to start a business where I brought people to a location so that someone could come murder them. Don't worry, I'll facilitate all of that. I get charged for facilitating, but none of the murderers get fucking convicted.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like, you're good. We got the... What the fuck? That shit blows my mind. That whole topic, man, is... It's like, we gotta do something to change it. So, yeah, I would love to connect with your pal that's doing it, and just in any way... Like, I don't even know how I try to, post awareness about it and donate to these organizations, but, like... I know there's people doing good fights for it, so if I can find a way to get involved with that, I would.
Well, I will definitely be happy to connect you.
Okay.
I'm interviewing him here pretty soon. So, but yeah, with you being around Nashville more and more, it's going to be real easy to link you in. But I know what you're saying. It's they're normalizing. They're trying to normalize pedophilia.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it with. I mean, about the Balenciaga thing, right?
Yep.
I mean, they're not even hiding this shit anymore.
Yeah, that's what's fucking crazy.
They don't have to,
Yeah.
because half the population doesn't care that little kids are being raped by rich, elite politicians.
Yeah.
And everybody else. It's not just rich, elite politicians. It's
It's
everybody.
It's so many influential people.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild. Like, yeah, fuck, man. Something's.
Yeah, people have really gotten good at just looking the other way and pretending nothing happened, and that's a damn shame.
Yeah.
But let's get back to
Yeah.
your transition. And also I'm really interested in what the culture of the team is like at JTF2 too. So I've been around a lot of American special ops units.
Yeah.
And it's been a long time since I've been around, but the culture was boozing, bar fights, womanizing, very competitive. We're going to do a whole segment on that, but I mean, how is it over there?
Man. Oh, fuck. It's, boozing was like, it would be like, go train, go do something. You're not good at it until you can do it hungover. Whatever fucking city we're in, burn it down, and you're doing like fucking para operations.
Yeah.
Like, fucking tactical driving, like shooting, CQB. Now, guys are super proficient, so we could do it. But it was definitely part of the culture, or is, I guess. I find it interesting because it's such it's a very accepted, just like, and I think I'm starting to understand where it comes from. Like, you're having a group of guys, competitive, aggressive, like fucking primal. Like, you're every single day, you are trying to get better at killing someone. That's like, in terms of intensity, right there at the top of anything you could be trying to do every day. So like other things are like, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. You're killing people. So I sort of see where that culture comes from. But I think there's a bunch of like, they're just like, there's so much common sense that gets left out of so many decisions in the fucking military and soft. So like an example, and I'll come back to that one, but like so marijuana is legal in Canada. Not legal if you're in our unit, like drug tested and all this stuff. Even CBD. So like this thing that helps with like inflammation and sleep and all these things that, like, guys have problems with. No, but like booze, accepted.
Yeah.
You can fucking burn it down to 4 a.m. You could be at fucking 9. You take CBD to go to sleep, you're gonna get in trouble and get fired. It's like, it's ingrained, man. And I don't know how, if this shit comes from like way, way, way back in the day, like, but it's in every organization I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Including Reg Force Army. Like, just, it's everywhere. The messes, the beer, the fucking fights, the women, the, like, I think it's dialing it back a little bit more now, but even just like drunk driving, it'll be like somewhere here. Oh, I just got to get back to the shacks. And just like, it's fucking such a crazy, like, toxic world almost. Like,
it's interesting, you know, because I think I read, or maybe you told me that JTF2 was that founded in 1992?
Yeah, I was like, no, man, 92 or 93. It was like a takeover from RCMP. We had some of the, like, SAS, I think, help stand up the original like, format of what we were doing. And it was mainly domestic at that point.
The reason I'm bringing it up is a young unit. It hasn't been around, you know, that long. And so the culture is relatively new, but the culture carries over from... It's the same. What I'm noticing is it's the same no matter what country, no matter what branch of the military, no matter what. Special operations units all operate very similar. It's a very similar type of person that gets in. Yeah. It's a very, you know, type of people that want in, and the culture in all of them are that I've seen is very similar. And so the culture when I showed up to the teams was work hard, play harder. You know, if you're not boozing with us, we don't trust you. Yeah. And, you know, there was a lot of that. It was like, he doesn't drink with the team, we don't fucking trust him. Yeah. And, but the SEAL teams have been around, you know, for a long time. Yeah. And before I came along in 2001, there was a period where there wasn't anything going on. Yeah. You know, and sucks for those guys that were in at that time that didn't get to do anything. But boozing was very prevalent then. Then 9/11 happened, all the wars started happening, you know, loss, trauma, da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah, and bury it, man.
You know, and it's still part of the culture, but it's now a coping mechanism, not just a party mechanism, you know, and so it's interesting to watch it evolve. But so I guess where I'm going with that long-winded explanation of the culture is, was it the party mechanism or was it the coping mechanism?
It was for most of my life, and unless I just wasn't assessing it properly, like, there's been some intense days where I'm like, a whiskey fucking calm my nerves for sure. I don't think I used it as much as a coping mechanism until the later part of my career. So, like, literally it's funny after that much time. And it's just, I had a loss in my personal life that was fucking next level. And it fucking floored me. And it was at a time that I was starting to see the unit go in a direction I didn't want to go. And it was at a time where I was noticing that I had, like, injuries that were a lot of exposure to concussion blasts, heart openings, fight concussions, 50 cal, like, all of that stuff was starting to take a toll. And I noticed it in my personality more. And
what did you notice about your personality?
So, like, I've always generally been, like, a pretty happy, chill dude. And I was getting angry a lot. Now, I was in Sniper Team, which is the angriest motherfuckers you've ever met. So I was maybe the least angry a lot of times, but for my like baseline, it wasn't normal for me to be like that. And I was always trying to learn, read books, and like I introduced meditation like years ago, and morning journaling, and like things that are supposed to help. But I kept getting injured, concussion. Like it would bring on these crazy symptoms of like crazy anger, memory loss, like nausea, like just I would feel so fucked up, and then it would pass a little bit. I go back into whatever, fight room, jumping, shooting, breaches, and it just would come back again. And while I was seeing this simultaneously, I was seeing the unit go in a direction. I think we spoke about a little bit with like how the whole fucking society is going in a direction that I wasn't there to do that. I wasn't there to stay on this ship that's going off in a fucking totally different bearing than I want to be. So I was like getting angry a lot. And then in 2019, like my brother passed away. So he was he's my age now, so he's 39. And it fucking floored me. I was like, every tool that I've learned to use to deal with shit, I didn't work. I didn't know how to do it properly. And so I just like, I fucking drank. And that's really when, and like I said, I'm sure there was times before that I was like using it to cope with something at some point, but it was never like uber prevalent, or like it wasn't super obvious to me, even thinking back on it. But when my brother died, I was like, I don't fucking know. I was not like, I was ready, not ready, but I was more expecting to lose friends. Like we talked about, our unit was very lucky, or have something happen to myself. All of that I felt like I was mentally prepared for. I was not fucking prepared for like my brother to die at 39 years old. And
How did he die?
He had cancer.
Damn.
So he had cancer, tried a bunch of everything to fucking fight it, man. Put in a good scrap. But he passed away in, it was 2019, in May. And I wasn't equipped, man. I thought, like I fucking, the books I'd read, the things I was doing, I thought I was good to keep it on level. But I was mixing that with like continuing brain injuries. And I was like, I can't fucking deal with this. So I was drinking lots of whiskey. And this is really when I started playing music. So he had a recording studio in his basement where we grew up on the Métis settlement. And because I could strum a couple chords or whatever. He's like, oh, you got to come record a song. I was like, yeah, I will, one day. Just fucking in the job and in life or whatever. And I never got to record with him. And so, I don't know, when he passed, I just fucking drank and played my guitar so much and got everything out. Like writing songs, man. I'd write songs and I wouldn't even be able to finish them. I wouldn't be able to sing them. Without just breaking down and crying. But it was like it was releasing something. Mm-hmm. And again, and just, it was a while that I didn't even know how, I didn't know the tools to use.
Yeah.
So it was just fucking whiskey was my tool, man. Whiskey and writing. I knew that writing and singing, something about music, it's another a flow state for me activity where you were immersed most of the time, or not you can be, where you're not thinking future, past, future. If you're really in it, and I would teeter back and forth, and I would find those moments, and I was like, oh fuck, there's a bit of relief, and then I would think about what had happened. The expectations I had of our lives being long and us fucking hunting and fishing together for the rest of our lives, and him, being there when my boys get married, or just all of that. And it was fucking gone. So it was playing fucking Songs, listening to songs, and drinking whiskey.
Did you ever get into prescription drugs?
No, I didn't. Maybe it's good that I didn't even know what they were capable of.
Yeah.
Because I probably would have. I've never been really a drug user other than alcohol is for sure a drug. And actually, let me take that back. Alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine. Let's say if that's a drug. But like, no, I didn't get into that. Fucking thankfully, because I hear the come off of that recovery is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So that's like.
How were your kids handling you when you were in this?
Well, my boys lived in Alberta, so they didn't see it all the time. They saw some of it, like it was.
Were you able to clean it up when they were around?
Yeah, like sort of. Sometimes, man. I remember a time like it was fresh, and they were visiting, and I was like sitting in the basement, drinking whiskey and writing songs, and I couldn't stop crying. And I remember like my son came down, he's like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And like, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just like, still processing all of this." He gave me a hug and he like went and got Sarah. But it was just like most of the time he was like by myself with it. Which it just, I don't know. I felt like it needed to be. Whether that's the right way to like grieve or recover or not. It would be late at night and I would just like drink and play guitar. And Sarah tried to like, that's my fiance, like, I know you're not doing well, but I don't know. It's like I didn't want the help kind of thing, I'm like, this
Sarah,
is...
Sarah, your ex?
No, Sarah's my fiance.
She's your fiance.
Yeah, that we have a daughter with. And like, I know, but she's like, what the fuck do I do? Like, what's the SOP for this? And it was like, I was keeping it together enough to like operate in a day. Not operate, but like, I was going to work and I was like, parenting and like they're at dinners and stuff, but like, it was very much a coping mechanism for me. Like, I was drinking that shit like water.
Yeah. When did you start coming out of that? This is because right now, this discussion time period is, you're still in.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, this is 2019.
We had a discussion about psychedelics at dinner that I cut off because I wanted to have it here.
Yeah.
Did that happen?
So this happened after.
Okay.
So.
Well, before we go into that.
Okay.
Let's finish up with retirement. But back to the culture. We had talked about the competitiveness.
Yeah.
And how it's earn your keep every day you're at the unit.
Yeah.
You're proving yourself to everybody that you're working with constantly. You want to be the best shooter, the fastest runner, fastest swimmer, the best breacher.
Yeah. And I actually think you're just
shot.
attempting to prove it to yourself.
Yeah.
Like, the competitiveness is there because every guy is trying to prove to themselves that they're like, I look at my peers. I'm like, you're a fucking great soldier. Like, I was never like, rarely like, pick up your game.
Yeah.
I was doing that to myself all the time, and I think everyone did that. Now there's competitions, so it is an external thing, but I think most of it was just like I don't know how the fuck they pick all of us, but like it's the type of people that are like, I need to be the best at all this stuff.
So where I'm going with this is, I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack for saying this, but fuck it, I don't care. When you leave the unit, here, whether it's SEAL teams, whether it's Dev Group, whether it's Delta, whether it's the SF teams, I'm not gonna say that the brotherhood is completely gone, but it becomes even more competitive outside of the space because you don't have I think it becomes more competitive because not everybody has the same end goal, as
Okay.
we used to have.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a very toxic culture.
Once
outside,
you're out.
Once you're out.
Okay.
Do you have that?
The details of how I left our unit.
Not about that. Just about.
So this is what I'm going to say. It whittled out people in my life that may have brought that on.
Okay.
So I don't see that now. The people I surround myself with now are the exact motherfuckers. If I was starting my own unit to go do something, they would be all the first picks.
Okay.
And I've had great support from like the dudes. Really good. Like there's some people that kind of like fell off, and I just use it as a good like sieve to see who's around, the scenarios of kind of when I left. So I think that weeded out any exposure to a real toxic competitive thing after. There's also, we don't have a lot of people out of SOF doing things. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that I'm doing now, just chatting about it or trying to share experiences that are it's kind of brand new in Canada.
Okay.
Sort of, especially with the amount of just things I have to show, and like I got great experiences and pictures and video to go along with it. So I don't feel there's a lot of toxic
Man, that's great to hear.
stuff around. Yeah, come to Canada.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Here, it's everybody from these communities, they love you and they're behind you until you're doing better than they are, and then they cut you down.
Really?
And yeah, we talk about this in quite a few of the episodes. I would say the only ones I don't hear that from are the Marine Corps.
Do you talk to any of the SAS guys about this?
I haven't talked to any of the SAS guys.
Oh, okay.
You're the first foreigner I've had on here.
Oh,
so
all right.
Congratulations.
Okay.
But yeah, it gets very competitive out after service, and guys don't like it when their counterparts get exposure.
You might be interested to talk to a buddy of mine. I don't know if you know the company Through Dark. They were SBS guys, and we did some sniper training and stuff together, and just kind of remained pals. So they have a great, successful company happening right now in the UK. It would be an interesting I don't know what it seems like a great network.
Yeah.
But it also kind of seems that way down here from like an outsider.
It can be a great network.
Looking in.
It's like the internal.
Yeah.
It's the stuff that you don't see on the outside. You
Yeah.
know, you don't see the ultra competitiveness and how toxic it can become.
Yeah. Well, I recognize that now as like a toxic way of living every single day, or at least unsustainable. I think that competition is healthy. I think there's a lot of places where it's healthy. But 24/7, like, it's just, it's so taxing.
Yeah.
It's so fucking taxing. Now that I'm like out for whatever it is since April, so 9 months or whatever, I'm like, holy fuck, I can just calm down.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ways you can't, like the vigilance, like the hyper awareness stuff. Like, I don't know if there's a way to just ever turn off paying attention. And this is talks you have when you go to like see a psych or whatever. And they're just like, yeah, but what about just being normal? I'm like,
Yeah.
man, you can't just fucking go outside and not look around and not see that someone's been with you for 3 turns already. And then like, it's
know
probably
exactly.
taking up too much energy. But like the cliche fucking Rambo was saying, like, you don't just turn it off,
Yeah. Do you want to turn it off?
But and that's the thing. That's the discussion I have. Is that there's a lot of times I'm like, no, I'm still a protector of my family.
Yeah.
I'm still like, in society, I would play that role if something ever presented itself. So like in a sea of people not paying attention, fuck man, someone's got to pay attention.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
And it like I said, it's probably a little more energy than you need to use, but I don't know if I would. Yeah, I don't know if I would, like, if there was an off switch, if I would turn it off completely anyway. especially the way the world's going right now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well, hey, let's take a break real quick.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in. Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Shawn Ryan Show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Shawn Ryan Show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Shawn Ryan Show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon.
I got a scholar of the Quran, but a born-again Christian, that's going to help to deprogram these children, because they're so much programmed under the Quran, believing that every person they kill that's a believer or non-believer, they believe they're getting more rewards for when they get to heaven. I had everything I wanted. It didn't mean nothing to me anymore. All I could remember was children starving, children hungry. They stopped us on the road and they said, "Sam, you gotta come quickly, you know?" So we're running through the jungle, me and a few guys, and we have our guns and, ammo bags on and everything. And here was a big tree, and these rebels nailed children to the tree. There was a time that Coney was coming into South Sudan, Juba. So I went there with one of my sniper rifles. I was going to greet him on the road. And they said, "We just figured out who you are. There's no way you're going to be able to do this crusade." Coney called the radio station and said, "If you do this crusade, he's coming here to kill you." Well, I'd done the crusade with a grenade in each pocket and a pistol in my back. I was one of them that he said he was going to kill that he hasn't.
All right, Dallas. Let's get into why you left JTF2.
All right. So the last few years, and I kind of alluded to it before a little bit, like I didn't like the direction that we were starting to head.
Let's talk about what year this is.
This was probably around, when did the fucking COVID thing start? 2020, right?
2020, the very beginning of 2020.
Yeah, so it was like tail end, beginning of 2019 maybe, tail end 2018. So it was like just starting, and there'd been a couple of steps throughout my time there where I saw it changing, in a way.
So right about the time all this woke stuff started hitting the news.
That's right. So in the news, it infiltrated fucking briefing time. It infiltrated like different training that they wanted everyone in the Canadian Forces to go through.
What kind of training?
like sensitivity training to everything you can imagine. Like, from like just every category of wokeness, it seemed like there was a sensitivity course that came along with it. Now,
So instead of learning how to kill people,
exactly,
you're learning how to not hurt anybody's feelings.
This is the trade-off that I'm like, why the fuck are we doing this? So one, within this gate of fucking Dwyer Hill Training Center, there's no, like, we don't have big issues in all of these places. Now, do I think people need to be nice to other people? Yes. Do I think it needs to take away from my fucking range time because you have some agenda? No. And that was starting to happen, and it was like a little bit more and a little bit more. I just saw it going in a direction that I didn't like. When like this COVID thing happened, they mandated. So already we're headed in a direction that I'm not super fond of. And then the COVID happened, everything grinds to this unnecessary halt, in my opinion. And we're waiting to see what happens. Like, okay, there's a vaccine coming out. Okay. So I'm just reading about it. I'm seeing what they're saying on the news. I'm reading other things. I'm just staying very open-minded. I'm like, okay, what do I feel like this is something that I am concerned about? Am I scared? Like, is there a fucking black plague sweeping planet Earth? And like, at what level? And it's almost like the protector of the family kicks in, right? You're like, what level do I need to be concerned? As things were coming, even like what the news was reporting, I'm like, okay, I understand that they're trying to scare everyone. I don't see anything that I need to be concerned of. Mm-hmm. We're looking at demographics. We're looking at fatality rates, all these things. I'm like, I'm not concerned about this. To me, like, you're getting numbers. Like, anyway, I'm just like...
No, I mean, it came out. It's not... They were bullshit numbers. There's no ifs, ands, or but about it. They were reporting people that died in car accidents and motorcycle accidents, people that were shot.
That's right.
People that were dying from other illnesses that may have had COVID.
Yeah.
You could have died from fucking cancer, but if you had COVID, you died from COVID.
Yeah.
If you were in a car accident and fucking died and had COVID, it wasn't the car accident that killed you.
Yeah.
It was COVID that killed
right.
you. So it's... The numbers were fudged.
And that was, I mean, from the way I see it, that was to just like get everybody in line. Like, be scared, do your part. And I was like, yeah, I don't think so. From what I'm seeing right now, I'm not concerned about it. So I was like, I look at it like the flu shot. Every year there's a flu shot. I'm not concerned about the flu, so I don't get it. The government, the unit, had a different opinion because obviously it's the government organization. So they mandated that you had to have it. I was like, I just was like, no. In this particular case, no. And I would have done the same thing, honestly, if they're like, the flu shot's now mandatory. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not taking it. I don't require it. I don't see risk. And this is like, as I've evolved, or hopefully evolved, but like learning about health and all these different things, I'm like, okay, there's places for different medications. It should be up to the individual to make that assessment. Your own fucking health, especially fucking injecting something in your body. Like, it's the ultimate like overstep on someone's freedom. Like, you must inject this. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay. I'm like, it doesn't seem like it's for me. I had to go to the appointment anyway. But at this point, we're not ordered to take it. The tricky wording, the coercion, and all the stuff I saw was like, other than a couple cases of people that I know that were directly ordered to do it, I even think those were mistakes that people recognize later. Like, shit, I don't think that was within my... like, I didn't have the right to do that. Now, that says everything passed. What's going to happen? Who knows? But I saw a lot of fucking coercion, and I declined getting my first shots on a Friday afternoon. And by Monday, I was being threatened to be kicked out of the unit, kicked out of my troop by my sergeant major. I'd never seen a reaction. I was telling you this yesterday. Like, I've never seen a reaction like that to almost anything. Like, in my opinion, I could have fucking drunk drove my truck through the front gate and it would not be that reaction. It'd be like, hey, man, like, fuck, something's obviously going on. Let's figure it out. It's just something. Like, there's pretty all right support prior to this. And it was like a fucking snap of the fingers. Like, overnight, it just changed so drastically with this narrative that, like, after being at the unit for almost 14 years and just declining. And all I said is, I want to have more time to see something. Because there was information coming out about, like, Johnson & Johnson not being great. Don't get that one. AstraZeneca, there's some problems. Like, there's blood clots. And there's all these things. And I'm like, I just told him, like, I just want more time. I was like, I couldn't believe the reaction. Like, so fucking fast. I was like, okay. It's like, this is a weird one.
So what was everybody else doing at the unit?
It depends on the
torn?
person. A lot of people were torn, but a lot of people were coerced. A lot of people were told, like, you're not going to advance in your career. You're going to be kicked out. So the end result was you're going to be kicked out of the military, a 5F release, I think it's called, if you don't comply. Like, the most drastic shit I've ever seen. So, like, not only, like, you're not on a list of deployable right now because maybe, I don't know, some other country has a problem with it or whatever. It's like, you're fucking kicked out. Like, it was insane. And that led to, so this would have been probably, man, I want to say like October, end of the year 2020. By time, like, everything happened and the 2020, 2021, no, 2020. And they were like, this was in place. And now they have a bunch of people throughout the CAF that are like, yeah, we're not doing this. Okay, begin the release process. You look at what are your options. And there was like exemptions. There were some exemptions that they wrote about. Very rarely were those accepted. So I wrote in to get exemptions for a whole bunch of different things that I believed. And I talked to like an indigenous elder from around where I was from. And like, I mean, we didn't really get into it. I'm not really a religious dude in terms of the dogma in any particular book, but I'm a spiritual guy for sure. And just, I have beliefs in things that are bigger than us. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's all just an accident of whatever. But the advice I got from like a person that I deem spiritual, religious, whatever it is, was like, don't do it yet. Like, this is the same government that fucking took our indigenous people and threw them into like these schooling projects to like teach the Indian out of them. Like, that was not that long ago.
Yeah.
There's a scar left on the indigenous people that's like, well, no, we're just going to trust everything you say. We've done that before. And it was a sentiment of like, what is natural? What do you feel? What will we believe in our belief system? And I tried to put this into a, like, here's another reason that I think in this particular time, like, I want to be exempt from this. And like the cadre of the fucking army or whatever was like, no, that's not a legitimate religious fucking thing. I'm like, fuck you, you cocksucker. So simultaneous to all this, I'm like starting to get in administrative trouble, which has never happened before in my career, because I'm not playing the mask charade either. We'd have a conversation in a room, me and you, or whoever was in my team or Det, no mask required. It's fucking stupid. We can all assess this now. It's been going on for, at this point, like almost a year. Next room, I don't need masks. We can all agree it's fucking stupid. Oh, so-and-so's coming to the meeting. You got to put on a mask. I was like, no. And this just kept happening, and people would get upset. And I'm like, too fucking bad. Like, this is all a charade right now. I see you in conversations with certain people until it's time to virtue signal to a bigger group or whatever. Like, it's all a charade, and I'm not playing this game. And so it'd be like, I'd get in trouble. So I'm like, oh, can you just fucking please put a mask on? I'm like, no. Like, they're like, the next one's going to be up the level of fucking administrative problems. Like, at what point are you going to see that I don't give a fuck anymore? Like, I was now chasing up medical issues that I had, all the MTBI stuff I was telling you about, and I was getting a medical release process started because I was gonna be kicked out. Now, look,
How many guys are you leading the charge here? Are other guys following in your footsteps?
I was out front for sure. Different people took different approaches. I know a lot of people that are no longer in that were. I'll put it that way. I didn't really get permission from anyone to talk about their own situations, but I was putting my foot down, and most people, whether they caved or not, really appreciated. Now, there's obviously a collection of people that didn't. So I was now chasing up a medical release. In hindsight, I'm like, what a fucking blessing. Because, like, I needed to stop exposing my brain to impacts. This was just the catalyst. It was like, yeah, I'm crossing that line. But I everything was bringing on these concussion symptoms. So, looking back on it, I'm like, whew. But it just, I couldn't believe how it fucking changed overnight. And then the final straw was I was going to a meeting to hear about why my exemptions were declined, why some person who didn't even fucking come talk to me or talk to the person that I spoke with declared religious exemption, no. Medical exemption, no. Even I brought up all of these concerns, myocarditis, all these different things that were showing up in young men who are not at risk of fucking dying from COVID. I'm just like, no. All of these things are no. So I was going to this meeting for them to tell me why everything was declined. The meeting just happened to be at a meeting room, and I didn't put a mask on. And then,
Can we have the conversation that you had with the gentleman before you entered that room?
yeah,
You
so
told me
I
last night.
was talking, and my chain of command knew, and they didn't, my immediate chain of command, I mean. And he was escorting me in, my sergeant major, and he was like, hey man, they're gonna ask you to put a mask on. I was like, I know. And he's like, can you do it? It's like, fuck no. So he went in to kind of give the room a heads up. And this was the ultimate, because I could have just fucking put it on. And I wore balaclavas all over the fucking place. But the principle behind this nonsense I was seeing, this charade, it was just such a joke. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing it. So the RSM comes out, I need you to put a mask on, Dallas. I'm not doing it. I don't even own a fucking mask. And that it escalated a little bit. Instead of using my first name, call me by rank. I told him when his stature got a little bit up, and I was just like, don't get fucking pokey chest with me. And I won't use his name here, but, and then he's like, get out. So he goes down, open the door to this building. I was like, you coming outside with me? He's like, just looked away, went inside, and that was the last time I ever had access to fucking even get on camp.
Wow, that's how it ended?
That's how it ended. So I got in my truck. My sergeant major came out, and he's like, fuck. I was like, look, man, I know the position I just put you in, but I don't give a fuck anymore. And I drove home, and my pass never worked again. So all the clear out process and everything had to be done through people on camp. I got a little charge on the way out for that. I can't even remember what it was called, that behavior towards the RSM. And that was see you later. It's crazy.
That's insane.
It's fucking insanity. But like I was saying, I think yesterday I mentioned this, just
I liked what you said at dinner. You had mentioned that you asked the sergeant major. You said, "Well, is everybody in that room masked?"
Yeah, so I asked. I said, "Is everybody in the room going to be wearing a mask?" He said, "Absolutely." I said, "Then that means you're all safe, if they work. And if they don't, and you're not safe, then why are you telling me to put one on?" And that's when he started using my rank instead of my name.
Well, what else are you gonna say to that?
Well, it just shows.
Here you go, Sergeant Major. This is fucking what common sense looks
Yeah,
like.
it was.
Where did yours go?
That's the thing. Where the fuck did it go? Yeah, so that was like the last day I was ever at the Wire Hill Training Center. All the release.
Do you feel that destroyed a big part of JTF2?
No. At least not for me. So one, I think it was already going in a direction that I didn't like. That it wasn't for me. It was not, the unit was no longer, or was at least rapidly turning into a place that the people they selected were not going to fit in there anymore. And I recognize that for me, my own personal thing. So the unit is still full of fucking super hard charging professional motherfuckers. The best workforce friends, brothers I've ever worked with. There is a portion that needs a realignment.
Is that portion growing?
I think maybe because the other portion's shrinking,
Yeah.
it would appear to be growing. But like when I go chat with the boys, like I don't feel like the numbers are growing. Where people are like, yeah, you know what, we need to be forced to do more shit, and we need to like really soak up all this woke business. Like no one's saying that, unless the most important thing to you in the world is your career. So like, it's still, there's just still fucking great warriors there.
Yeah.
So I leave, and like the unit, I never expected, whenever I got out, no matter how it was, I didn't expect that like this unit's gonna come to a halt. Like, oh my God, Dallas is leaving the unit, because you're just a fucking dude in a big organization. Like the train just keeps going. But I didn't expect it to end like that. But I have just really good friends and brothers out of it all that like, no matter the bullshit, I've had my back in a lot of ways.
They did lose a lot of stuff though by losing you. I mean, what percentage of the unit do you think left because of the jab mandates and the woke agenda, and because this is happening across the world, you know, and when I get guys in who are fresh out, I mean, it's horrible. They've demoralized all of the units, and the attrition rate, it's a joke.
Yeah.
The attrition rate is a joke now. They can't keep anybody in. They can't recruit anybody.
That's right.
Because they miscalculated who joins the military, especially who serves who wants to serve in a soft environment at that capacity, at that level.
Well, I don't know if the people really making the calls for this to happen want units like that.
Well, that's what we can get into that in a minute.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm saying is, you know, this is just an estimation. It's not based off any factual information other than just who I know left
Yeah.
the SEAL teams because of the jab. And I'm going to say it's damn close to 50%,
Yeah.
you know, between the woke agenda and the jab mandates. I mean, these are the only people in the fucking country that stand up for what they believe in. Yeah. Everybody else is just got their head down and they're just trying to get through the day. These are the only fucking people that step up to the plate.
Yeah.
You know, and they just left. And when they left, let's say it is 50%, you know, I mean, dude, you were on the team that has the world record for the longest sniper kill in world history.
But the TL is also, I can't remember what step he's at now, but he was being kicked out for the same reason.
There you go. So here you have an all-star sniper team at the top level, and you're not going to be able to pass that knowledge on to the next guys.
Yeah, like the
Do you
corporate,
know how fucking detrimental that is?
the corporate knowledge it's fucking mind blowing. And even like, I don't know the numbers of guys that got out, but I know a large number of people that don't want to be there.
And that's just two people.
Yeah.
That's just two people.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to get your mindset. They're not going to get your, the hard skills. They're not going to get the soft skills. None of it.
Yeah.
They're not going to get it. You know, and there aren't any other wars happening right now. And so that experience it's going to get real thin.
Yeah.
It's going to get real hard to come by.
Yeah.
And so I would say they lost a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge by doing that.
It is crazy. Yeah, it just, there's so many things that seem so backwards to me.
Now going back to the, you don't think they want people like that? When I saw the defund the police movement happen in the U.S., that was I was like, they are going to get rid of the old guard and replace that with the new mindset that's going to do whoever these fucking people are that are pushing this agenda. They want to replace the old guard with the new guard that's going to do whatever
exactly
they have to say.
Yeah.
And then we saw it carry over from the defund the police movement. Then the new administration took over. Now we're seeing it, not even just special operations units, military wide. They're restructuring.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's like historically almost, and I'm not much of a military historian, but like you have groups of guys in SOF, and I'll say guys because we've never had a female assaulter, but like selected to think outside the box, to use common sense, to assess certain things, to hold their fucking ground, to not get bullied. And then it was like this big surprise at the end, like, oh, you must be going through something, you've changed. It's like, motherfuckers, I didn't change. This is who you selected. You selected someone to not be bullied into shit I didn't want to do. And now you're seeing it. Like, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Like, just standing my ground. Like, this is like the ultimate fucking selection test. And like, so I just, rode on out the gate and turned to country music.
Is there anything you regret about? I mean, you stood up for what you believe in. Do you have any regrets? To the guys that are still in that unit, when the next mandate comes down the pipe.
Yeah, no, man, I don't. And I stood my ground. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere where I was like, maybe I just do something. I don't think so. I stood my ground everywhere, and I know I was a pain in the ass to people because I'm like, I'm not doing that. And now it's next level. I'm not doing. Like, I'm not even signing that administrative fucking wrist slap that you're giving me. Shred it, keep it. I don't care. Like, it was just so absurd. I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
So I stood my ground in places. And I'm so happy now that I'm out that I did. And like I said, it was, looking back, like all the concussions, MTBI stuff and everything piling up. I think it's a good thing overall anyway. But in that sense, no regrets at all. And I was telling people my opinion, why I was doing it, And I don't care. If guys wanted it, go fucking take it. Take 2, take 3, or 5 boosters and stuff. Like, I don't particularly care what drugs you assess personally that you want to use. Use everything Pfizer makes. Use none of what he make. Like, I truly fucking believe in freedom. So it was never like, hey man, don't do this, don't do this. I'm like, here's some things that I'm reading.
Yeah.
Here's some things that I'm seeing. Think about it.
You're not an anti-vaxxer.
No,
you
it's
just
like,
want choice.
I just want choice. Anyone can take whatever they want. But it definitely got me looking into more ingredients of things. And it started with me and my family a while back. What's in our food? What's in our cleaning products? What's in our water? And I'm like, I'm not going to do all of this. And then like, what's in that thing? There's some mRNA and a bunch of other things we don't really know about. Sure, give it. So it's just, I'm not anti-medication. I'm not anti-vaccine. If those are the things you want to do. I am anti you telling me what I have to put in my fucking body to fit into society. We have to go to a restaurant. Like, those are our mandates in Canada. Like, you show a vax pass, you can't come eat here.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah. A lot
Everywhere?
of it's now it's done. It's mostly done. But the mandate from the government is like, you can't get on a plane, a train, or a bus. You can't go eat at restaurants. Every restaurant was required, or they could be shut down, to ask you for proof of fucking COVID vaccination.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've heard they were doing that in some states here. We don't do that shit here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I gotta come to Tennessee more.
You might like it. You'd fit in great.
But yeah, so it's just, for me, it's always been just like, it's the freedom I question. I'm like, so many guys gave so fucking much to try and have that fight for freedom. And like, you know, friends that have died. And you're like, for it just to be like, not even taken really so much as just like handed right over.
Yeah.
Most people are just like, fucking take it. Take my freedom. I'll take this so that I can go eat at a restaurant. If that's what you say I need to do. I'm like, oh my God.
Where do you think this all came from? Where's
man.
it stemming from?
I see, like, okay, these are conspiracies, but I don't
love
know.
a good
I don't
conspiracy
know
theory.
at what point they come out of the realm of. It seems like nothing ever gets out of the realm of conspiracy if it's not in the news to some people, regardless of what it is. Like, there's now a ton of. You can go back and watch hours of video where they're like, here's what the vaccine is. Here's what it's going to do. Here's what it's going to do. And you just see that narrative change as like it's undeniable. Everyone's triple vaccinated, still getting COVID. Mm-hmm. Oh, but it's gonna. You're not gonna die, or you're gonna die less. Like, there's no fucking way to measure that.
Yeah.
I had COVID twice, and I'm like, I didn't die. It was uncomfortable, but like, if I had 3 shots of whatever, was that going to be less than I had?
Yeah.
How the fuck do you measure that? It's a good way to trick people though, because it's a metric that you can't measure. You can only have someone say, you're not doing your part because you might die in an ICU and take up a bed for blah, 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 blah. I did my part and my COVID didn't kill me. You're like, what the fuck? It's clever as shit to have the narrative change from dead stop, this is going to stop you from getting or spreading COVID. Those videos are out there. Your president said that. A bunch of people said that. And then, oh, well, no, it was never really intended to stop the spread. It was to reduce critical symptoms. You're like,
Yeah.
and people are like, yeah.
It's
What
insane.
the fuck?
It's insane.
Like, this people, conspiracy theorists, were saying it 6 months ago. Like, hey, this is not. They've never produced any studies that are showing that it's stopping any kind of spread.
Cat's out of the bag now. I know a ton of people who got the jab who got COVID.
Absolutely.
Like, the cat
Yep.
is out of the fucking bag.
Yeah.
You know?
But-
and people, I don't even watch the news anymore,
Yeah.
anymore, but my wife had it on this morning as I was walking out, and I saw they have another booster coming out.
Oh, yeah.
50% of the country is going to bend over and take that booster. They're probably waiting in line right now, all excited to take it.
It produced. So there's like, the way I see it is a spectrum. On one side, there's a lot of money at play. And people do crazy shit for money. Companies make a fucking shitload of money. When policy dictates profit, the first fucking people purchased are the policymakers. So there's like, that's just like the common sense. I feel like we can all agree on there was a lot of people that made a lot of money off this. Let's just say that's like the lower end of it all. To the other side, we're seeing things that really fit in line with a globalization that wants to happen. And this is a good catalyst for it. They say it, I mean like the people who want it, write in their own book. The Great Reset, they put it out. Everyone can go read it. It's not a conspiracy. The guy's name is on it. He wrote the fucking book. This is what we want. This has now led into a whole bunch of different ways that they can implement things. Like, you have to show proof to get into this restaurant. Mm-hmm. Maybe a handier way would be if there was an international digital ID where we knew what everything was doing, and if you don't agree, you can't get on a flight from this country to that country. Like a digital ID for everyone to travel everywhere. That's being worked on. That's already there. This is not conspiracy. The government of Canada has a known traveler digital ID program, sponsored World Economic Forum, Air Canada, certain airports. This is on the fucking government website.
Wow.
So there's not a conspiracy at all. You can log in and go check it out. Known traveler digital ID system. A year ago, to say this was a huge conspiracy. Come on, they don't want that. It's like a digitally backed central currency or whatever the acronym is for that. That's another thing. So like everyone should believe and be able to see that like there's just a lot of money at play. Mm-hmm. A ton of people made fucking billions of dollars. And on the other side, there's a lot more things pointing now that the next step that they said they want to make is where it's going. So I think that's what it was about, somewhere in that spectrum. What's next was fucking, who knows? It's crazy. Have you seen the interview with this, like the CNN reporter that was like chatting, that was caught like on a camera was recording or a phone was recording? And they're like, yeah, we're told to push all the COVID narrative, blah, 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 all through this. Mm. But it's like, okay, well, what happens now? Like, it's all over. It's like, oh, the next big push is climate change. Like, we have to, all of the momentum is going to be put on that. You're going to see it on every single screen. You're going to see it on everything. And the video got out. People are still like, no.
Damn.
Like, the fucker works for CNN.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I just saw it again yesterday.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Somewhere.
You know?
Oh, and that's the thing. Lots of people see it, but lots of people don't. And even with a recording like that, people are still like, no. What? Yeah. No, it's your fucking truck that's doing it. Okay.
It's insane. It is insane.
Oh, it's a rabbit hole. Go down that one a long time.
We could spend hours on that topic, but
yeah.
But let's move into psilocybin and psychedelics.
Okay.
So let's get on something a little more positive.
Yes.
So you get out, you're dealing with some of the trauma. At some point you decide.
Yeah, so getting out, I was noticing, like I was saying, a lot of concussion symptoms. A lot of that kind of manifested itself as anger, and a typically not angry person. My brother dying. I was having a hard time processing. It's all of that. And immediately after, it was like, that's when I was drinking a lot of whiskey. And then as time passes, I'm like, it was still kind of definitely a struggle, but I was like tapering kind of my daily behavior. And I started hearing about the effects of like a big dose of psilocybin. There's podcasters that I listened to were talking about it. There's studies I was seeing being done for things like PTSD, trauma, depression, anxiety, all these things, alcoholism, or just addiction in general. And I was like, fuck it. Like, what do I got to lose? A bunch of people whose opinions in health I respect, opinions on mindset and growth, like just a bunch of things. I'm like, bunch of Googling. Can you fucking die from taking too much mushrooms? Consensus is no. You can be in different realms for sure, but apparently no. Now, there's some odd outlier cases, like I was saying. I think there's like mental issues of some sort. Like, do your research before you take this advice.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, it's not something that people overdose from. I'm not gonna be like, because what happened is I read about it, got the Coles notes that I thought I needed, set and setting. I was in a meditative state, and I was like, set some intentions, and fucking threw down. I think it was 4 to 5 grams the first time. I like sent my wife out, my fiance and baby out of the house. It was like, okay, like I don't know, I'm not gonna have my phone on, but I'll message you. And like I think it's like 6 or 8 hours. This stuff is gonna take time to process. So I was sitting in my living room, and it like started to kick in, and it was the craziest, not craziest. It was like I was saying, it was like one of the most profound days of my whole life. When it was all said and done, it was such a release of so many things. Like, from an outside perspective, I'm glad Sarah wasn't still there, because it would have looked like I was having a terrible, terrible trip. Like, I was on the ground, and like I got nauseous, and I was like crawling to the bathroom. I thought I was gonna puke. I'm like, oh, I wasn't sure. And there was a bunch of things, and advice I had gotten was just like, you just gotta let go. Like, when this comes, just fucking let go. And I was struggling so hard, my ego, to narrate what was happening. And like, just like, and it's almost like you're getting to a panic state. And with that, I was so nauseous. I was like, oh yeah, just like, you gotta let go, you gotta let go, and things are fucking crazy. The visuals are crazy. Looking in the mirror and my skin is crazy. And it's like, it's reptilian shapes and stuff. Like, it was wild. And I was like, just, you're letting go, let go, let go. And I did. And I like laid down, and just like the angle, my back was to the window, but everything went dark and silent. And I was like, I remember just like throughout the whole thing, having like this beat like in my body. And it was like a powwow, like for me, like my indigenous background, it just like I heard like a powwow drum the whole time, and I felt so fucking like connected to earth, sort of thing. Like, this probably won't make a lot of sense to people who have not done psychedelics, but I fucking cried so hard, and it was like a release of, I don't even know, it was like a fucking river coming out of me. And it was like, it was kind of laid on my side away from the window, and everything was dark, but it was just like flowing. And then it went like deep into this hole, and it was like the fucking scariest I'd ever been. I was like, I'm in hell. Fuck. It's like quiet, empty. I was like, I'm dead or something. Like, even just my own thoughts were so fucking loud. And then I like just saw like my brother in that place, and he was kind of like, why are you having such a hard time with this? And it was almost like, I'm over here, so now I know, but like, just like, I didn't go anywhere. And it's like, what the fuck? And it was like, he just through whatever means, I don't even remember if it was like saying these words, but just like, I've gone nowhere. Like, I'm always as close as like to as thin as your eyelids kind of thing is what I came out of it with. And I was like, what the fuck? And this warm feeling came over me. And like, and I was no longer like afraid that I was dead, I guess. And then at the same time, like, this is crazy. This octopus like thing like gave me almost like a hug. I just felt like so warm. And it was like, it was my little daughter. Like,
damn,
that essence or whatever. And I laid back down, like I turned over, and I looked at the ceiling, and it was like this fucking path to heaven, man. Like, my living room ceiling. I look at it a million times since then now, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where did this come from? But like, I was seeing like a lineage, like it was like a path. All of the men in my family to like great wherever. And it was like all of that was a part of me. I'd never felt that before.
Do you have that much? Do you know about your family lineage?
A little bit.
As
So,
far
like,
as it went, do you think?
No. There was like mystery people in that thing. But like it's just a part of me.
It was an intuitive feeling.
Yeah. Like the wisdom of this, everything that is me is like from all of these men. And then almost just after, it was like the same thing, but for all the mothers in my line. Like it was like the love and warmth from that side. It was almost like all the way up to like Mother Earth sort of thing, you know?
Wow.
It was weird, man. And it was like, it happened a couple of other times, and we can talk about those stories later, but it was like, as much as so many of the struggles here feel like you're alone, do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of it, and we're terrible for this in our community, of just like, well, that fucker's not gonna understand. Like, I'm talking to this guy, he doesn't get it. Like, and I'm not even like, I didn't have a crazy career. I've had some close calls a couple times. And I've been snapped back to those in a couple of loud scenarios. But like, some of the guys you had sit in this chair, I'm like, I was saying this yesterday, like, to just be humbled to be telling this story, but like, I have not had that level of career. So I can't imagine some guys just thinking they're in it alone. You know what I mean? Like, people don't fucking get it. And I had that, but this was showing me like, it was such a fucking warm embrace of like all of this lineage of mothers, really, that like, you're never, if shit's really hard, you're just like, you're not alone here. You come from this. You come from all of this. And none of these people went anywhere. The physical state, obviously, has gone somewhere. It's in the fucking ground or a pile of ashes. But, like, the being is, like, this is all you, all the way up to the fucking beginning of time. Like, it's so crazy to even talk about at this level. To try and I see it so clearly. Like, I didn't forget anything of this entire trip, as I recall. And it was like 6 hours of these, like, little lessons, things I didn't know I needed to like pull on or think.
What do you think
about.
the most important thing you took out of it was?
100%. It was my brother. Like, it was that I had a feeling now that was night and day from beginning to end of like this loss, this expectation that I had, like, oh, you're gonna be here forever to fucking do all these things together, hunt and fish and see Caleb and Madden get married and Gigi at some point, and like, just like, you're gonna be here and we'll fucking play music and all these things. It was like, he was like, okay, got it. You had a bunch of expectations. That's all your ego. I'm still here. Like, I didn't go anywhere. And that was the biggest thing, for sure. That was like, I don't know how many, I probably had a drink too numerous every single fucking day since he died until that point, almost. There was a couple times I'm like, okay, I was trying to sort through it, but this was like, boom. When I came out, I was like, holy shit. It was night and day. I was like, I don't even have a desire to drink to cover up the things I don't know how to process, kind of thing. Now, I still drink. The relationship with alcohol, it has changed a lot. And I look at it now like the way I had a lot of time in my life. Just like, it can enhance some fun. I love the taste of a good bourbon or a glass of red wine, beer. Like, I really do enjoy alcohol. But like the lesson, it's like, and I told this to my niece, like, if life is good, if you think like you're doing, like, you're not in a dark place particularly, have a glass of wine. Like, in indigenous communities, there's a big problem with alcohol. And it's a slippery slope, man. And I've kind of like teetered, gone too far this way, try to come back, take some time off. But it's why you're doing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hugely important because it's not like corn juice, grape juice, or fucking barley juice. That's not, the issue is not with some liquid substance, in my opinion. It's what it's covering up, or what it's being used as a crutch to process, I guess.
Why are you using it to cope with? Or what are you using it to cope with?
Yeah,
Is that
like,
what you're getting at?
That's what. Yeah, like there's an underlying thing. If you feel like shit, like for me, it was very clear with my brother dying. I'm like, I don't know how to fucking deal with this. Mm-hmm. I don't. The tools that I thought I had are not working. So that one, it was like temporary numbing agent, essentially.
So you've done 2 more psilocybin trips since.
Yeah.
What sparked those? You just didn't feel like you were. Did you need more?
I think the way I look at it for myself, after discovering it, I want to use it probably every year. And I'm going to look into more guided things and stuff like that. I did the first few by myself. I have a big ego, I think. I don't think I would let go as much if someone else was in the room for the first couple. And I didn't know what was going to happen either. Like, I didn't want someone supervising me and then I get violent.
Yeah.
Like I'm holding a dead person when I wake up or something. I'm like, I don't know what this is going to do. Now, I don't think I have any knowing what comes out of me when I've done it 3 times, but like, I have no want to be violent in it. So that was kind of a, okay. Like the whole thing, I could not imagine like being in a fucking fight when I'm on like that amount of psilocybin. So yeah, the second one was just like continuing work. Like there's still, there's just, it always offers something new, I think, from my experience. The last one I did was just at the end of this last year, October, November, something like that. And it was wild. I did 7 grams of the penis envy strain. And then for this one, I went to like our little cottage beach house just by myself. Again, I lit like a couple candles, made a fire, setting, meditation. And this one was a fucking insane mental battle. Like, but by the end of fighting with myself for, I couldn't imagine fighting, but it was like an internal.
Let's go into
fight.
it. I'm really curious.
So I took them. They came on fucking fast, and I was like, oh shit, fuck, I did too much. I wasn't ready to do it again. Like maybe I'm jumping the gun, and it had been now 9 months or almost a year since the last time. And I didn't know. Again, I got nauseous. This time I actually threw up. And I was just in such a fucking internal battle. Like, no matter if I find that if I close my eyes, you really go deep inside. If you open your eyes and look at stuff, it comes out. But no matter where, there was just no escape. And it was like 4 hours of this. And then it was so, I almost wish I would have recorded it on a GoPro or something. The sounds I was making, man, were like a fucking animal. I remember it. And I'm like, I don't know what I was growling. Like there was all these crazy things. I still had that like that drum beat that comes every time I take it. And I was just like fighting and growling. And I just felt like such a fucking animal. I was like, and then it was kept saying like, you have to go through this fight. Like your life, how you go about it, how you process things, whatever the next step is. Like you just left the unit, you're going into the unknown. Like you need to know that you have this fight. And I was like, fight. And then it kind of like calmed, and something came over me that was like, the best way I can describe it is like, you've graduated.
Damn.
And it was like, you are strong enough for fucking anything this world throws at you. And I was like, holy fuck, I'm getting tingly talking about it. I was like, Jesus Christ. I didn't know. The whole time, I'm like, you're just like, it was this, you're in it, you're all by yourself. Nobody's coming. This fight you have to be strong enough for. When it was all said and done, I was like, holy fuck. I'm like, I am strong enough for it. So that kind of tapered off. It was a crazy night that tested it. It was tapering off into the evening. And I was like, this is not the right way to process, by the way. I'll say that right now, what is about to go down. But I'd made an obligation early in the day for something that evening. And I pushed the start time a little bit because something happened. So it was like, I was not in a great place to be in public. But I was like, fuck, I already said I was going to do this. I'll go do it. And like, I wasn't like still like tripping, but I was like, I was now super tired, emotionally drained. I was like, okay, what a lesson. And I went and did it. It was like to go to a hockey practice and like help my nephew get ready. So I come in, like my family's there and stuff. Sarah's like, how was it? I was like, just like tired, just trying to drink some water and like still processing everything. Like drained. And then we go to hockey and we hadn't heard from her dad for a day and a bit, which is super unusual. Like, he called us, like, 3 times a day. Everyone. Just, like... And just, like... He wasn't feeling good prior. I'm like, oh, no, fuck. I'm like, did anyone go? No. And I was like, yeah, I'll go check on him after this practice. So we went to his house. And I'm like, I told Sarah to wait in the truck. She's like, oh, my God, why? I'm just like, just give me a second. And I go in to his apartment, and he was dead. On the ground. And I was like, fucking goddamn it. Like, I've seen a lot of dead bodies, so that part wasn't like a crazy shock to me. But I'm like, I have to go outside and I have to tell my fiance that her dad is dead. And I gotta call my friend and brother and team leader from multiple, like just her brother, that his dad is dead. And he's gonna like, I'm like, fuck. So I kind of had a little moment, and you know, it's just like the processing was a lot easier because of the first psilocybin trip I went on. So I'm like, just kind of had man, it was a pleasure. And like, I'm sorry that this is how it is, but like, I know that you're around. But it was still like, I had to go outside, and I went around to her side of the door, and she fucking lost it. And she's like, no, don't, like you can imagine, like the reaction is just,
Yeah.
it was terrible. So I called her brother, and he came down, and we just started dealing with it, and like it went late into the night kind of thing. And it was just, it was such a terrible evening. But I find it so strange that I got that lesson right before that. Like it was just the events of it.
You don't think that's a
crazy.
coincidence, do you?
No.
Yeah, I
No.
think so.
I don't think it's a coincidence at all. How it all happened. But it's fucking interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Has your wife tried psilocybin since then?
No. So she has plans to.
Yeah.
She wants to. She's looking for the right place. She doesn't want to do it all alone, which I from what I read, the best way to do it is like have someone experienced kind of walk you through the process. And that's probably what I'll do going forward. I might try and the next time, and I am in no hurry to do it again right now, but when I do, I might try something like ayahuasca and have it guided and see what I get out of, a person that knows kind of where to guide these things. But yeah, she wants to at some point.
What about your brother-in-law?
I think that he will also at some point,
Is he still
or
in?
he might have so he's a bit of a he knows that it's fucking good. He sees that he's a health nut into all the same things, like really. So I'm not 100% sure he hasn't done it in a place and just not said anything about it. He's also kind of reserved a little bit. You might, if you weren't gonna have a second Canadian on here, you might want to have a chat with him.
Right on.
If you guys got any conspiracies, you'll be here for a long time. Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of it. There's some things again that you need to be cautious about, but like my mother had and is having, like, just as you can imagine, her son dying, a super hard time. I know that she's interested in doing it as well. There's a couple clinics I think that are. It's like it's coming into a place where it might be available soon for some of this big trauma stuff. So I'm hoping that fucking everybody does it.
Man, I know they got. You're familiar with MAPS, right?
Yeah.
So I know they're doing a big study with MDMA, and I think they're using prisoners.
Okay.
I can't really say anything, but there's another group that I used to be with, and they're doing studies on them with MDMA and supposedly having amazing results.
And I've heard of some that were combos as well, like psilocybin and MDMA, or well, it wasn't yours. It was ibogaine and 5-MeO.
5-MeO DMT.
Yeah.
But that wasn't a combo. I did ibogaine on I think I did ibogaine on a Wednesday, and I did 5-MeO on a Friday.
That's pretty fucking close.
It's close.
It's pretty close
but
to a combo.
It wasn't. I think what you're talking about, though, with the combo is both of them are in
administered
your
at
system
the same time.
Yeah. And so I haven't done that. I did a very light psilocybin journey since. Nothing like your experience. I did 2 grams and had one of the most amazing conversations with my wife that I've ever had before.
It's a magical mushroom.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think a lot of people will get a lot out of it, especially our politicians.
Yeah, man, I hope that, and I've had some friends do it after hearing my story, and there's a couple guys, and it's just like, I've never heard it not help somebody yet. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, or I'm not saying that is not possible, whatever it is, but like, it's helped every person that has taken it with like,
with a purpose.
Intention or not, really. Like, even some people get slapped in the face with like, here's an intention you should have had, you know? But yeah, I think it's huge, man. I think for guys who've gone through crazy careers in this stuff, with just what you see and what you do and the time away and the fucking just how you grow into a person in that environment. Again, this will bring you, it'll shine some light on some things that you might not have otherwise seen.
Well, what do you got coming up? So now you're big in the country music scene.
Well, I'm putting my foot in the door. Yeah, so I'm here to chat with you, and then I'm gonna write songs in Nashville for the week. I've got a bunch of different appointments lined up with like these professional, like fucking real deal songwriters. So I'm super excited to learn from them and see what we can come up with. We're writing for an album to do an album to be kind of recorded between here and Canada. Yeah, and I just want to fucking meet people and play tunes. Music has always been such a big part of my life, and a very therapeutic part for a lot of it also.
Do you have any particular ambition with this, or are you just
along for
not
the
really
journey? Like, if you would have asked 20-year-old Dallas if this was the path I was taking instead of going to JTF2, it would have been the same reason. Am I enough? Is it like, I got to prove some things. Now I just want to write good songs because I love good songs. Music has helped me so fucking much that I know that a song with truth it can do crazy things. Like it can really help people. And just some of the songs I've written now, employing them to like veteran communities and stuff. Like I've had big, strong fucking dudes like crying. They're like, man, like you can't write a song like that if you didn't have a career in this. Like it fucking hits home. And like that is crazy to have, and music does that. So I want to write good songs. I want to write fun songs too, man. Songs are great for heartache and heartbreak and hard times processing, but they're also like you have good music on when times are good, and it's that much better. So the real intention is to just fucking write good songs and play them for whoever wants to listen.
Do you still have some of those songs that you wrote about your brother? You know, several years ago?
I actually played one live for the first time. When did we play? November. And it was the first time I'd ever been able to play it in front of anyone and not like start crying. But yeah, I played that one live, and the room was silent. I couldn't believe it. And then there's a handful of people that were brought to tears, and I'm like, it's such an age-old way of connecting with someone, you know?
Yeah.
That's why I like the country music that I love is they're telling the fucking truth. Like the struggle, the good time, the heartache, whatever it is, they're telling the truth in the song. So yeah, I have some of those songs. I don't know where they're gonna go. I don't know. You write songs, and sometimes I'm like, you just get it out, and then you don't touch it again. Sometimes you come back to it and play it because it connects you to something or a certain moment. I don't know. I just want to keep learning how to do it, so that I can keep doing it.
Well, man, I kind of want to wrap this up, but thank you for coming in here and sharing your story, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks so much for having me.
And I have a whole list of people that I'm dying to connect you with, and I'm going to do it as soon as we flip these cameras off. But one last question.
Yeah.
If you had 2 or 3 people to recommend for this show, who would it be?
Oh, man. Do they have to be Canadian?
They can be whoever you want.
Okay, so I think at some point, if he's ready, my brother-in-law would be a great chat. He's got a lot of war experience. He was very fucking respected. And you guys will have a fucking interesting dinner conversation also. He would be good. I think that to get a perspective maybe from the UK guys would be cool. Staz and the Through Dark guys, I can give you his contact. I don't know I know they'll be around for SHOT Show, but whenever it is, I think it could be cool to hear how the cultures are the same or different, you know, from over there. And if it's something in a non-tactical space at some point, I got to say my sister's doing really cool things in Canada. She's really helping Indigenous community. She was like a pro boxer. She's dabbled in everything from acting to modeling and fitness. And she's, you know, like me, had a hard time processing our brother passing. But she's a fucking fighter, a scrapper. So maybe that would happen at some point. Yeah, most of it's fucking my family and my friends, man.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, hey, man, seriously, I wish you the best of luck. And it's
Thanks so much. Yeah, fucking hell yeah.
Cheers.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.